morning, everybody. I hope you all are doing great. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. And thank you so much for joining us on the Saturday morning. Finally, it is happening, guys. Finally, it is happening. I always wonder that, if you see the tech giants around you, like take an example of Oyo. Oyo don't have any of their hotels. Zomato don't have their own restaurants. Even if you talk about Uber, Ola, they don't have their own cars. Still, like nowadays, I should also take one example, right? Netflix don't have their own TV channel. Still, they are in the boom. Reason being, only and simple and sweet reason is their idea they believed in. And I guess today we all have gathered here to believe in us that yes, we all can get empowered together. And that's the reason the Hustlers present this Prayas 2021. I am Gaurav Sharma. Cheers with Gaurav. Welcome you all to this magnificent conference of 2 days where we are trying to empower together. And more importantly, this Hustlers team has brought us all together to this wonderful platform where we are trying to empower the ideas inside your brain, try to give the roadmaps, try to bring certain new and unimaginable speaker lineup for you all to get yourself acquainted with a lot of learnings, fun, knowledge, and every single thing that you can thought for. So without further ado, I don't want to take up the lot more ideas. Like one, I can say YouTube don't create their own content, but still we are using YouTube to get their ideas towards you. So without further ado, let's all welcome the team Hustlers, the members from team Hustler, Rishabh and Ananya, to take this thing up ahead. Hey Ananya, hey Rishabh, I welcome you all
Hello.
guys. Over to you both.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi everyone,
All
welcome
good.
to the Prayas.
Yeah.
I hope you all are good and I welcome you all to Prayas 2021. Let's get empowered together. So over to you, Ananya.
Yeah. Thank you. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining. Hope you all are doing good. Keep posting your doubts, questions, or any suggestions in live chat. We will surely answer them. The Hustlers presents Prayas 2021. Let's get empowered together. Powered by Cheers with Gaurav. Heartful thanks to Gaurav Sharma, Associate Solution Architect at RedHat, for supporting us in organizing this event. We are here with this biggest summit of this year, an event for students to learn, collab, and contribute to their dream career. So, as said, you learn more from failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. With this, we would like to invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Imran Khalidi, Software Engineering Manager at Red Hat, to come up and inaugurate PRAYAS 2021 with his inspirational words.
And Ananya, before we bring Imran sir on the screen, I guess from Imran, I have personally always and always learned this thing that you have guys always mentioned with Imran's quote that you learn more than the failure than the success. Don't let the
Yeah.
failure stop and to build the character. And that's the reason I guess Imran sir is here to motivate us all. So without further, let's bring Imran sir on the screen, right? Hey Imran sir,
Right.
welcome.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Hi,
Good
Gaurav. Hi,
morning.
Nanya. Hi, Rishabh.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, all the audience here on this channel as well. Right. And first of all, I would like to thank the team Hustler and team Cheers with Gaurav to have me here. It's really been my honor to be here on this channel as a keynote speaker for sure. Great. So I would start this with what an amazing title of this event for sure, right? Prayas, right? What prayas really mean to me is attempt, right? Keep doing attempts, and what attempt really is really putting an effort, right? What efforts we put, right? And this starts with really everything that you do, whether it's be your personal life, whether it be your professional life, or whatever you do, right? You need to put in an effort, really. So that is what prayas is really, right? So yes, I'm sure here everyone is whether the team hustlers, the team cheers with Gaurav, me, anyone on this who's presenting, or anyone of the audience who's being here is definitely putting an effort, to be part of this event, and to run this event. And of course, at the end, what we really want with every effort that we put in is really, really success, right? So who doesn't want success? So everything starts with here, right? So ask yourself first of all a question, really, like, do you really want to just put in an effort, make it an attempt, or want to achieve the success? Everything starts there, right? So if you think you really want to achieve success with every effort that you put in, then just giving an attempt and just giving it for a try is not going to help you all, right? So what's going to help you is really putting 100% of yours, right? And keep trying and trying and making multiple attempts and giving 100% of yourself with every attempt that you do to achieve success, right? And every time, the more and more you keep going forward and keep attempting and attempting, things may get harder. Yes, we agree, things get harder, but believe me, the more the things get harder, the success is, is very close to you for sure. That's really how it works, really, right? So make sure one thing, you know put yourself in front of a mirror and ask yourself a question, right? Have I given enough? Have I given my 100%, right? Not 95, not 96, 97, 98, 99. No, 100%. Unless you give your 100%, and every time you keep pushing yourself to that core, to the 100% is when you receive, and you get yourself to, pushing towards the success. Success is only going to be there, right? So look at so many different things, as Gaurav just mentioned about so many different startups, or different uh, ideas that came up, from so many different bigger companies who are really successful today, right? Talk about so many different events that happen, how they are all successful, really, right? It's only because they try and keep attempting and keep attempting and putting themselves, to the core by giving themselves with full 100% of themselves. So that's really, the prayas is all about. So, and it's really so glad to see that, the team hustlers and team cheers with Gaurav is really up to with this topic particularly. And this summit that we are trying to do here today is really in the interest of students, which is going to be so helpful. I'm sure everyone is going to be enjoying this event and the summit, with the so many different things happening on this event. Really, what is again happening here, as I said, is, efforts. Everyone is putting in their efforts, right? We are trying our best. We are giving our 100% to make this event as a successful, right? So keep trying, keep attempting, and putting yourself to the core to give 100%.
Right. And I guess, Imran sir, you made a right statement that talking about success, you need to give your 100%. You cannot satisfy yourself by 99%, right? So
Absolutely.
I have always believed in one of the sayings, and I have learned over the year is that if somebody asks you that what was the right time to plant a tree, I believe it was 20 years ago. But over the time, I have also realized the second best time the life gives you that second attempt is right now. So I have heard you many a time saying it is always about your choice that you make. It is gonna be a day one or one day, right? So I believe you interact with a lot of students. You being in a manager role, you keep on handling the team. Why don't you give our viewers a tip or an advice that why they should believe in collaboration rather than in the competition, and they should start at one day, not day one, or day one or one not one day.
Sure, Gaurav. So, I mean, in a very simple and layman's word, if you talk about collaboration, really, right? What is this? One, right? What power does this one finger has?
Yes.
Nothing, right? When you talk about collaboration, all five fingers. What
Right.
is this, right? That's the power of collaboration, is what I can say, really, right? So yes, I mean, of course, in as an independent person or as an individual person, really, like, everyone has their own abilities, their own capabilities, their own, you know great things about themselves. But believe me, I mean, like, there are so many different people who are even maybe, better than us or maybe not better than us. But when we collaborate, when we get together, and when we try to do something together, that's really the power that comes in. Like, the best of the ideas from everyone come together, and that's create the power of collaboration, really, right? So yes, you can always be in silos and keep doing things yourself, but believe me, I mean, like, doing collaborative way is really the way to go forward, and that's really going to be giving you, the biggest of everything good, like really. So that's the power of collaboration, is what I can say. So do
Right.
collaborate wherever possible.
Okay. Sir, with this pandemic, I have always seen like this pandemic has changed a lot of persons' thinking. The ideas that they used to think before this pandemic, and now they have a complete different perspective in seeing this in this world. So you have been in decades from in this industry. Have you ever thought that these virtual conferences will be a big boom in the IT industry, and we all can collab like this way that we are doing right now?
I mean, to an extent, to be honest, like, I have ever definitely, I imagine this as this sort of conferences and many things, to be in a more virtual format, or even a hybrid format for sure, right? I mean, I come from a background, where I'm part of the education industry for a very long time, and the way we keep doing events back then used to be always, in a more hybrid format, thinking in that future, right? So today we are in that place due to the pandemic, where we are really, really going, so virtual. But believe me, tomorrow there's going to be a day, when we get back to a little more normal from out of this pandemic, that's not going to be an usual normal that we are again in, right? That's going to be still a new normal, which is going to be more hybrid in nature. There might be events that could be happening in person, but maybe not to an extent like it used to happen in the past, right? So there would be an evolution of, coming of an hybrid event, where there is a live stage, in person people attending, but still there are going to be virtual people attending those conferences as well.
Right. And I guess I have always believed in this saying that because conferences are the way of networking, and network is your net worth,
Yeah,
right? And that is the
absolutely.
most important part, that we should be doing it always. So Imran sir and all the viewers, I want to take this opportunity to thank this wonderful team, the hustlers, Rishabh, Ananya, Deepak, Upender, and Pragya, who has collaboratively put down me into this situation that hey, we want you to be here, we want you to guide us, and we can create wonders, we just need your guidance. So Imran sir, as you have always guided wonderful like people around you, you always keep the team together, and you have taught me that one fundamental, that if you want to build a team, always remember it is not about me, it's always about we. so,
Exactly.
so why don't you enlighten this team and all the viewers that if you are building a team, or if you are a team, how you should see the initiatives, how you should work together, and any piece of advice for them would be a great thing to get started with this event. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So again, it's a great point, Gaurav, that you brought up, me versus we, really, right? That's really interconnect to me in a way for the collaboration. If you talk about really, right? So let
Right.
me give a small example. I mean, like, as an individual, again, if we talk about me, I could be part of one of the channels doing something. You could be part of one of the channels doing some session and everything, right? But the power of we, really, if we talk about as a team, is Prayas today, right?
Right. Right.
It's a team effort, it's a team collaboration, it's a team, a bunch of people, it's we coming together, and making from an individual context to a more we context, where we are trying to do something so big, big, like, really, right?
Right.
So that's really the context, is what I feel, right? So that's the power of we versus me. So I would definitely encourage, I mean, again, as I keep telling, right, there could be things that we might want to be doing in silos, or we might want to be doing it just ourselves when then there is a need for it. But wherever, if you really want to make a change, and you really want to do it for a thing, then it's we, and it's collaboration, really, that we want to be
Yeah.
part of.
Right. And I guess you made a right statement. And this is the particular, and all the viewers, this is something that I have learned from Imran sir only, that talking about me to be, how you can keep this team together. If somebody needs a support, you should always be ready on your toe. And more importantly, always remember, don't misguide someone. If you don't know, don't be hesitate to say no. That learn the art of saying no also, because sometimes it is equally important to say no as well, because you all as watching us as a student or a professional sometimes need to understand that what are your priorities. You need to define a priority. Sometimes you behave like a person who needs to take some critical decision, And willingly, unwillingly, if you took up a decision that, hey, yes, and sometime it turns out to be drastically like wrong for others, that might create a very wrong impression in front of everyone, right? So the team
Absolutely.
hustlers, do you have something for Imran sir to be asked to take an advice? This is the time for you all, guys. Please. Rishabh,
So
Anand,
thank
yeah,
you.
Rishabh.
So thank you, Imran sir, for coming and having this wonderful keynote to all the viewers. So from my team, I thank you so much for for this wonderful keynote that you have just presented, and I learned a lot that in the
It's
race
my
of
pleasure.
success or in the path of success, we it's not me, it's we, and
Yep.
rightly said. So I wanted you to inaugurate this and to just start the Priyas session that we are going with. Can you
Sure.
please?
Sure, Rishabh. Thank you so much. And it's been my pleasure to be here again, as I said. So yeah, well, before we really get started and look at this, so one thing that I would like to tell everyone on this event, all the audience out there, really, like, put yourself in front of the mirror, ask that question that, have you given enough of yourself? Have you given 100% of yourself? If not, this is the time, really, right? If you are looking for success for yourself, then 100% is the thing. So keep that in mind. And with that being said, I would like to inaugurate the Priyas 2021 summit, which is one of the biggest summit for all of you students here. So welcome to Prayas 2021.
Yay. So let's,
Welcome, guys.
Imran sir has done that. So Rishabh, why don't you play that inauguration video that we have prepared for all the viewers to set up the context, please? Yes.
So are you guys ready? Just in three, two, one, and go.
Great job, team. Great job. Welcome. And thank you so much, Imran sir, for putting this effort for us, for coming up here and enlightening us with a lot of things, like talking about me versus we, 100% vector, and most important. So, before you leave us, sir, and we take this moment ahead, I want, like, this is something that I have believed or I have always worked upon, and you know it very well that magic is believing in yourself. If you can make that happen, you can make anything happen. So if, like, many a times you come across the situation where you have a dilemma that, okay, I should do this or that, and with the growing this whole coding culture, fan culture, or the startups, people are always like, I should say, distracted by this whole social media world. So any piece of advice that they should stick to something that they believe in, not rather others saying, and you capture your ideas from that. Any piece
Yep.
of advice for all the viewers before you leave us, sir? Yeah.
Sure. So I think one thing that I've always believed myself, Gaurav, in is really like, do listen to the advice that you get from everyone, right? But do make your choice yourself.
Right.
Right. So people out there definitely is there to be helping you or whatnot, providing you advice and guidance and everything, right? But they do not know what your priorities in life are, what you really want to be yourself are, really, right? So the only one person that knows that everything is you yourself. So
Right.
ask yourself what you really want to be doing, and ask what yourself is really like, your priorities in life are, right? So your preferences, your choices will definitely depend on those rather than, what people might say you. So, right, so the people might give you a general guidance, what's happening outside in the industry or in the world, really, but then you have to, attach that to your own priorities and your own, what do you say, your own list of things that you wanted to do for yourself, right? And then see how things match up and then come up with an option for yourself, that best suit your needs and your preferences in life, really. Right. And
Right.
believe me, I mean, like, there might be situations where you might see that, like, yes, I mean, somebody is talking really a trending thing in the industry, but then, the choice that you come for yourself may not be so trending in the industry, right? But then, like, if you have the will, and you think that's the best for you, then you have to go for it, because really, like, that's where you're going to be finding success, right? So if you think something that's really good there out in the industry, and if you do not have an interest in that, believe me, I mean, like, even if you are putting that 100%, is not just enough for it, right? Unless you have dedication and motivation to do something, and then you put your 100%, that's when, the success is going to be yours. So, really, with, before you put in an effort, this is the step where you decide, like, what is going to be, the motivation for you, really, right? And then, can you be dedicated to this, right? Can you put your dedication to this, and then that's when you start putting in your efforts, and then give your 100% to it.
Right. And I guess the best part is the people always try to interact with their seniors in the college, and they saw that big dashboard, or I should say that cardboard which is on the reception, and people right on day one, without exploring themselves, they capture that board and sit as an example or limitation to their ideas. That one day I'll be here and that's done. Nothing beyond that, nothing else than that. They should always think that your name is beyond this board, that you can create history. The impossible is just an opinion that you present to yourself. It is not
Absolutely.
somebody else who is trying to project in you. Imran sir rightly said, believe in
Absolutely.
yourself, right?
Yeah,
So
absolutely. I mean, you know what you say is, like, really, like, if you can choose to be, like, ordinary or extraordinary, right? So that difference really between that is that extra, right? So that little extra is what going to make you extraordinary.
right. And I guess we are always on the toes to learn something new. And that's the reason all kudos and thanks to the team Hustlers who has brought us all together to get empowered together and plant that idea inside your head. And what a amazing way to kick off with Imran sir sayings from me to be, and success is not and just a choice. It should be a perfect decision that you have guys entered. Put down your 100%, stand in front of mirror that have you guys did your 100% best, and success will be there for sure. So I have always believed in his sayings, and I have been cultivating myself to do good and good. So thank you so much, Imran sir, for kicking us off all for this event. Ananya, you want to add something to it?
Yeah, we are overwhelmed. You are coming for the Enlighten the Prayas 2021. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot, Mr. Imran, sir, for your valuable words and giving us your precious time.
Yeah, I'm
Thank you.
really grateful to be here, Anani, and thank you so much for having me here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Imran sir. We'll catch you soon, someday, here and there with the team
Sure.
hustlers again. And
Sure.
with that, your valuable advice. Why don't we take our moment? Why don't we capture our moment for this event start and by just saying the victory sign for sure? Hey, Imran sir, if you can do it for us,
Uh,
Ananya, why don't you capture this moment? And for all the viewers, why don't you capture this moment and say to your connection that hey guys, we are live, please join us, make this event a big success and show us that you are also ready to get empowered. Thank you so much, Imran sir, for
yeah.
being here with us.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you. With that, I guess Ananya, Rishabh, what an amazing start, guys. Thank you so very much for making me part of this wonderful event. What I can tell you guys, all the Hustlers team is doing great. If your team members, if your connections, if your events are still not here, why don't you guys send the invite, and we have some amazing guests of the list of speakers lined up for you all. We will be talking about some roadmaps, we will be talking about some exciting decisions that you guys always struggle with. We will be helping you to guide your career in the best way you can do it. More importantly, there will be some amazing quiz lined up for you all from our sponsors, RedHat, Dayfolio, Code for Cause, and many other lined up in the list. Always, the Hustler and Team Cheers with Gaurav is there to help you all. Keep making noises in the chat window. We'll be always there to help you in the best possible way we can. Invite your friends. If you haven't registered, no worries. This is on YouTube. That's the reason we say it's all free. Before you leave or before you go away from today's session, guys. Believe me, just believe me, what I said. Impossible is just an opinion. If you think that you can do it, trust me, you will be able to do it, right? Hustlers team, how you guys are feeling to kick off this particular event, which has been our dreams and yours dream as well.
Thank you, Gaurav sir, for your opening and all. And I feel we are delighted to have you on this Prayas session as well. And I feel like I'm reading a lot of memes the student have created, and they are just wonderful. Like Prayas nahi dekha to kya dekha.
Right.
Right. So most of the students, like we are having a live audience as well. You can drop down your comments in the comment section. Ask your doubts in the comments as well. And yeah, I'm thrilled. We are having lined up with lots of speakers there, and with a lots of swags also. So most of the people might be waiting for swags. The chance will come. But first of all, we are having, with a great line of speakers. So as you all know, to achieve something, you need to take step and start where you are. Do what you can and use what you have. Right. So with this word, I would like to invite Chirag Nair, the pre-sales solution architect at Cloudnatics, to come up and give his talk on learn cloud computing with confidence. So I
Right.
guess, like the live viewers who all wanted their friends to be, who is having cloud computing and who wanted to pursue their careers in cloud computing. Chirag sir is one of the best, mentors, or I would say the speaker who will enlighten you or guide you on the sessions of cloud computing. So as the quote says, uh, you know, if you wanted to do something, start right away.
Right.
So
So let me bring my big brother Chirag on the screen. Hey Chirag, welcome and thank you so much for joining us, buddy.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. And thank you. It's my immense pleasure to be here and always connect back and contribute back to the community. And thanks the Hustler team as well as Cheers with Gaurav for organizing this event. And really, I understand that such event it take a lot of effort to organize and lot of planning, lot of preparation is required. And kudos to everyone's effort. So
Right.
yeah, I'm pretty much excited because I was on break and now just trying to again come back and learn something new and which I would like to share with everyone.
Right. So, Chirag, before you kick off and guide us through the cloud roadmaps and other valuable learning, I also want to remind all the viewers, guys, the Memathon and the Social Media King and Queen contest are still up. You have some amazing swags up for grab for you. You can create the memes, tag us, me, and the entire Hustler team, and why not the speakers as well. If you can create something amazing tomorrow when we are having the closing ceremony, we will announce some live giveaway winners as well. So guys, please create a lot of memes and be promoters on the social media so that it can reach out to the wider audience. And without further ado, over to you, Chirag, for your session, please.
Sure, thank you so much. So yeah, okay. So welcome everyone, and I believe everyone is doing fine. So I have created this session. I will speak about 20 minutes about how a person can learn cloud computing regardless of his and her background, whether you are a student or whether you are a working professional and trying to switch your career in cloud. And then we can have a Q&A. Feel free to drop your questions. I will take in the last 10 minutes. So let me share my presentation and then we will jump on the content. Okay, I believe the presentation is visible. So, as the title of this talk is Learn Cloud Computing with Confidence. So, cloud is no longer a new thing. Everyone is aware about cloud, be it again a working professional or a student, or even nowadays a school. Students know about what is cloud, and but everyone is in the confusion that how to learn cloud. The same it happened with me few years back, and that is where I'm going to share a bit about my learning and where I also failed and how I try to overcome all these things. And about me, yeah, I started my career almost 5 year back, and I played a different role. I was into the sales. I was now into the pre-sales. I live in a different geography, India, as well as now from last 2 year I'm based out of Singapore, and I am part of multiple communities in India. be it AWS, GCP, Kubernetes, CNCF, and after like in last 18 months, as we are virtually connected, so I started my YouTube channel where I started a bit of the exam certification and bit on the cloud tutorials, and this is my personal email as well as my Twitter handle is there. So one thing I would like to highlight, if you see the right side, this is one of my favorite picture. I believe if anyone in the days of 2005 to 2008, we usually exchange our data by sharing the hard disk. I still remember that I have a SATA hard disk and HDD, that and 40 GB and 80 GB kind of thing, and we need to exchange few movies with our friends, and we exchange the entire hard disk. Hey bro, can you put and can you copy and come back to me tomorrow, something like that. But the device, what I can say, the suitcase which I am holding, it is having a capacity of 80 terabyte, which is possible due to the cloud computing and cloud provider. So in last 10 years, lot of things has been changed, where maybe 1 gig of data was super expensive, or if anyone remember that, or anyone hold 1 GB of pen drive, it was super expensive back in the days of 2007-8. I remember it was expensive, and I was shy to purchase that, whether it will be durable or not. But nowadays, data is a oil, data is a new norm, all those kind of codes are there. So holding a 80 terabytes of data is just maybe a 20 kg of kind of a suitcase. So that is possible due to the cloud. Just a disclaimer, it's all opinion are my own. I'm not endorsing any provider, any product and any service here. So agenda is why everyone need to think about a career in cloud and what kind of opportunities are there. Then I will talk about how to learn cloud, and then the important topic, because in last 3 to 4 years when the cloud era started, the certification become a new trend, whether it really matter or not, and then few tips. One thing I would like to say, that please drop in the comment if you are a student, if you are in engineering or non-engineering, please drop in, because after that I will check, and if you have any questions, I will cover around that. And if you are working professional, feel free to drop that what kind of domain in IT you are in, so we can have a more interaction around this. So why career in cloud computing? Few years back, it was new. When I took the decision, it was kind of a lot of hindrance for my decision from my near and dear, that it is not going to work. Even when I joined a job, also in the market, it happened that, oh, cloud is not a good thing, it's not secure. But I come across and I'm witness for the entire journey, especially I can say in India, when 2015-16 no one talking about cloud, and 2018 and 19 it is like of a burst, and India become a super top market for the cloud computing, and all the cloud providers start heavily investing in the cloud. The people, I can tell you one story, that a person deny that we will not move to cloud, and the same person accept and adapt the cloud in 2019, and it's a very one of the big company in India, and they are doing very great business by using cloud computing. They are innovating and accelerating their business. But the one thing is big, the skill gap is much bigger when we need to find the skilled person in the market. And that is what, like, I drop few links also, you can refer. I will share this presentation with the organizers, you can read the entire article. The hard skill companies need most is cloud computing, and cloud computing growth is going from 370 billion to 830 or nearby a trillion by 2025. And especially the job posting also rise in last 3 to 4 years. So understand, there is lot of things, lot of skilled professionals required. If you start even today, you can expect that things are growing in a much faster way. We are living in a connected world, and it is proven in last 18 months. So there is no doubt that cloud is going anywhere, and all the providers are growing exponentially. So please, there is a no question now that whether cloud is good or not. I believe that question is no longer in the existence. It's all about how and where you want to start your cloud journey. One of the quote by my mentor as well as a friend, the best time to start cloud computing was 5 years ago, the second best time is now. The same way, like Gaurav presented about that, the best, he also gave the example about the tree 20 years ago, and now the same with cloud computing. So If you are today you are going to start, don't think that someone is ahead than you. You can start now and you will see your efforts, because that is the whole idea and goal of this entire summit, Prayas. And it's the same applicable on everyone. I am doing a Prayas on every day to learn something, something the next level of whatever I am doing. So career opportunity in cloud. That is one of the big question personally I got in last 3 to 4 years, and wherever I interact and part of a community, that what is cloud and how I can learn cloud. I am a database administrator. Can I learn cloud? I am a developer. Can I learn cloud? I am a machine learning or the new emerging technology, be it a blockchain, IoT. Can I learn cloud, or is there anything for me? Or I am a student. Do I really need to think about that cloud is a valuable? Trust me, cloud is nothing but just a subset of entire IT. Cloud is just a frictionless version of IT which people are doing in the traditional way. I can give you an example, like I joined one of my internship in a data center and they gave me that I need to configure a switch. It was a physical device and lot of wiring. I think on the social media we all see that some messy wiring around some switch and server racks and room. Okay, so that kind of scenario I have seen, and at that time I thought that is this is what I am supposed to do? I'm really passionate about this or not? So that is kind of a decision everyone need to take. Then when I explore about cloud, the same thing become just a matter of few clicks, because software developer is growing and growing. The value of software developer is growing. The value of network is growing, because maybe a 10-year back few million or few billion devices are connected. Now we are talking about a tens of billions or maybe hundreds of billion devices are connected, and average we all have a 2 to 3 connected devices with us. So the same with cloud. If you are a network engineer, the same networking, in little bit I can say not apple to apple, but the same concept is applicable on cloud. If you are a database administrator, SQL is still a king, whether regardless of many other kind of flavor of orange and databases came into picture. But if you know the concept of relational database, if you know how to write a SQL query, that is the same way it will work. It may happen that it will work in a more improvised way or more faster way, depend upon how we are going to utilize or introduce cloud in our architecture or in our application as well as in our organization. So cloud is not only about a technology and IT, it's all about a change management, uh, organization change, that how we are going to enhance, innovate in a much faster way, because at the end the users whom we are targeted are people like us, and we are, keep remember, it's all about a business problem and from the users feedback. 10-year back, if any application is taking a 10 second to open, it was okay, be it let's say any website, it was okay for us. But nowadays, opening any application 2 to 3 seconds, we start maybe getting irritated. We start giving that, oh, this application is not good, I will uninstall it, I will go maybe some other application to use to do my work. So our expectation is getting high. That is where the cloud is helping to enhance the thing, providing the thing in a frictionless way. You want to do networking, that is there. You want to do machine learning, see the logic, algorithm, concepts are there. It is what you will get the things in a frictionless way, on demand, and in a much different a different payment model. So or talk about a blockchain. Yeah, for that you need really and need a good cluster of server or computers. If you can't do upfront investment, that is where the cloud is. And there are multiple layer of cloud, but I still prefer and recommend to start with the lower level, because to learn a cloud, one rule of thumb I can tell you is bottom to top approach. Mostly I see people start with top to bottom. I did also back in 2013-14 kind of timeline, like I was start learning the upper layer first, but the lower layer was missing. Why I'm saying is lower layer, because more than 95% of IT infrastructure or IT investment still happening on premises. Even in last 2 3 years we heard about that cloud is growing in much bigger way. They are like into the multi-billion or double digit billion kind of a run rate and growth. But still we are talking about here the market which is into multi-trillion dollars, and cloud is just a subset, and that is where the opportunities. And we need to know the fundamental is again remains the same, because cloud is as a subset. Keep remember, it's a subset, it is not the different technology, it is the add-on of the IT in a faster way and in the frictionless way. How to learn cloud? This is the most important part, because now we are connected with the internet. It is no longer a luxury, it is a necessity. And everyone see the content is out there, a lot of quality content is there. That is where my approach is always, which I want to share. The preparation and homework is required, as our keynote speaker also share, that whenever we need to choose a career we need to think analysis, because everyone's situation is different. The same rule applicable here. You need to do your homework and analyze what is really best for you. The main here is, it may happen that you like someone instructor who is providing the paid content, you can follow that. If someone providing the free content, you can follow that, because everyone delivering a message style is different. It may happen, maybe I like some instructor, you may not like. It's true, there is nothing like that I need to force that he is the only best or she is the only best, vice versa. And there are endless people in this world. So that's where you need to know that what you really want to learn. And the most important where you need to start is, you need to know about the networking, storage, compute. Another two things which I missed in my, what I can say, academic days, I learned in a hard way while doing in my professional career. Relational database, you need to know the SQL query, and don't forget to learn about Microsoft Office. Yeah, presentation making is good, but you need to know how to write content in a word processor, as well as how to share or deliver your thoughts using Microsoft Excel. That is, I can say, it will make the life easy, because cloud is not only the IT. You really need to share in a simplistic language that how a business can improve by introducing cloud in that organization. Networking, as I mentioned, it is the core. Without networking there is nothing. Storage, you need to know multiple type of storage. We are not talking nowadays about hard disk or only kind of block storage, but there are multiple categories of storage. Read about that. And compute, we are not talking only about a CPU. There is a CPU, GPU, and new kind of thing, FPGA. I think we have studied in the academics, but it's a realistically available on cloud platform if you want to use the FPGA. And another layer is, or much faster, is ASICs, which is application specific integrated circuit. If I say that, people may heard about TPU. It is from the Google side, and they are coming with their new mobile also, they call it Tensor. So TPU is the form of ASICs, the implementation of ASICs. So know about like what are the characteristic, where it will fit best, and why it is required. That is what is required to learn about cloud, rather than you just started that there is some service it need to be used and you just follow some random tutorial. But at the end, when you need to perform the real job, you are not confident that where to start, because in the professional world it will not seem like the straight away what it seem in while training and watching some demos or performing some demos. So keep remember, you need to have a strong concept, and then only it will make sense. And one small quiz, can you tell me what is the sixth important skill required apart from these five which is mentioned? Please drop in comment, I will talk about that in after this presentation. Okay, then know about the history of IT. That is also important part. We covered in our academics also from a student perspective, and the people who are already in industry, let's say from last a decade or two, they know about that what a traditional IT look like, what is the physical infrastructure, and how applications are getting hosted, and where this virtualization come into picture, because it plays really a major role. And how it is valuable and how it is a part of cloud. Please read about that, it will help you to understand much more detail and how really things can be optimized in the world of cloud. And then everything is software defined, because that is where I mentioned I use the word frictionless. As I give you example, that's seeing a switch and router and lot of cables in front of me, I was feeling like bit of panicking that wow, I need to do this, I can't do this, my mindset was different. So everything is now delivered to us as a software defined. So understand bit of characteristic of software defined. I'm not saying you need to go dig deep at an initial stage. Maybe later, depend upon your job role. After, again, it may take a few months to few years also. So don't try to think that you need to learn right away. That's where the point number one. Don't follow too much resources. Plan your strategy. It may take, someone may take 2 months to learn the networking, someone may take 6 months, someone maybe just refresh their concept in 2 weeks. So there is no race going on. It's everyone's has its own priorities and the way of learning. And know the purpose of service technology. As I mentioned, cloud is a subset. So if you know the technology purpose, let's say giving an example, if someone heard about Kafka, so if you know what is Kafka, then only you can think about the subset or whatever the equivalent service provided by the cloud provider is this. So you need to know really the IT. Then it's kind of the replica on cloud. Then only you will get the concept clear, and then again cloud will add little bit own its if and but from the technical side that can be clear from the documentation and while you will perform the real activity. And now, important question, do cloud certification matter? I can say yes, but if you do in a right manner, in a right way. If you just do like academics, trust me, there is no value, because in the realistic world you will be not able to perform the job. And don't try to grab bunch of certification when you are in your student life. You need to focus on the base, the fundamental, then only doing a cloud certification, I can tell you it will be a cup of tea. I did such kind of blunders in my early days when I was in college days. I have completed 6 to 7 certifications. Those were very early days for Microsoft Azure, and I'm very early adopter of Google Cloud Platform. So I have done, but when I sit for the interview, I have no idea what the person is asking, because I just learned the high level. I just learned the newer terminologies and just some architectural practices that this can happen. But what is the need of that? That part was missing. So don't try to put the efforts if you don't understand what is going underneath. If you fully confident, then only take the certification, because if you take a certification you need to have that confidence that you justify and speak that this is what the reason for this kind of technology and this kind of architecture practice or behavior. So make sure spend your time wisely. We all have a 24 hours a day, so we need to prioritize where we need to put effort. That's where again prayas. So coming to the tips and how to learn cloud. Everyone is talking that yes, now I know the basic, I know networking, I'm fully aware about all these things, but what I really need to do, that is the most important part. Till date the world is running on again the famous technologies or famous frameworks, and the newer technology is getting involved, but still it will take time. That is where the demand and the innovation is going on. But I can give example Apache web server and Nginx. We start the thing again from the top, talking about the new technology, serverless and all these things. But if you learn the basics of all these things, that is where your job, you will have a job security, and you will have room to a room to grow and improve day by day. Because till date when we talk about a professional career, those things are like that. And what you can build is, I can tell you, a 3 tier web application. That is my highly recommended thing. That is how even I am learning. You start with a small application. Again, choose any choice of your platform, any database. Build some web application. I give example of portfolio. Important is, if you are not a developer like me, I'm not a developer. I never be into the too much of development. Even my background is computer science, but I choose a path that I don't want to be a developer. There are many other path and opportunities there. That is where the frameworks like WordPress, all the Ghost, these kind of come into picture, and you can use this to build some kind of portfolio. It doesn't mean that you need to become a UI UX expert if you don't have interest. If someone has interest, it's his and her choice. But if you don't have interest, you need to know that yeah, things can be out of the box for you, and you build a three-tier application. Three-tier means there is a web layer where there will be an application layer there, and there will be a database layer. You need to know first. You will, let's say, start everything in a one box, then try to segregate and try to see that how the networking plays a major role. What is the most important part here is DNS. You can make a beautiful application with awesome UI UX. If your DNS is not good, trust me, it failed. There is no one is going to appreciate that. So you need to understand again the basic and small things for the IT. Build your portfolio. We all have our superb awesome social media profiles, but having your portfolio, I can tell you, it will add more weightage, and I am one of the witness around that because I own my domain since 8 to 9 years, and my interview, most of my interview gone through my domain name only. People go into that, okay, it means you know the DNS. Can you tell me how you set up your email box, how you set up all these things? Having some good platform and domains are like whatever that free domains are, it's okay, but having your own domain, it's just a very small investment, maybe a burger meal cost, and it will give you endless opportunities to explore. Then you need to change the mindset and adapt that. Build fast or fail fast. So it is quickly a fail fast, build fast, or try and fail as soon as possible, because that is what the value of cloud is. You know, you don't need to build everything from scratch. In the matter of few seconds to few minutes, your dev environment or your testing environment can be up, and you can troubleshoot. Again, learning need to be put a target date. Don't put it as a open. As I mentioned, that 5 skills you need to learn, and the sixth one I will say in the chat. And put the target date. Again, analyze yourself, know your priorities. It may happen that yeah, you need more time, so it's okay. Don't try to rush the thing. If you make sure, especially in student life, if you make sure that you have a good coverage and good hold on all these 5 skills, you will you will have a much better opportunity in your professional career. And important is share your learning with communities. I really appreciate all the student communities, because when I was student I was so shy and hesitate to talk about, but I see nowadays everyone is doing a great job learning, sharing. It's really the same. The people still who is hesitating, try to come up, try to speak. No one is judging you here. It may happen that you may shy, you may feel shiver. It happened with me in 2018 when the first time I was on stage and Google Dev Fest in Mumbai. Yeah, 400 or 300 to 400 people was there. Maybe first 5 minutes was totally like I was lack of confidence. But yeah, gradually it happened, and I'm able to overcome all these things, and I'm able to speak that whatever I want to say. And another thing is Reddit and Slack Overflow are goldmine. If you want to see, let's say you build your portfolio, you understand the three-tier architecture, understand bit of the new cloud flavor. If you want to find more problem set, try to search, because that is where Reddit and Stack Overflow are there, and you will find a good problem statement. It doesn't mean that you need to solve and you need to implement in your own account and all these things, but you can think about that what will be the roadmap, how how you can solve that problem. Excuse me. That's it, guys. So just want to share that cloud learning is easy, resources are available. It's all about your effort, and you need to do prayas on a regular basis. With that, I'm open for the Q&A. And
Right. Thank you so much, Rag. You always makes me wonder that if this sort of guidance I would have got in the college days, this would have made my life so easier and easy to learn the new things. So we do have a couple of live questions for you who have been asked by the amazing audience that we have live. Like Rishita is asking how to start with. I guess you have given a lot of resources already, so we don't want to take it up. But let's see. Shlok has a question. If you can guide us, Chirag, how to contribute to an open source project like Cloud Native and Knative interrelated, or they are completely different? Any lights on that?
Okay, so I think cloud native is just one, you can say, overall broad ecosystem, and Knative lies under that. Because if I remember that CNCF is the kind of, you can say, the central authority, or in a word consortium, I think this is the word is getting used by Linux Foundation, and all these projects come under that. And because you can say it's kind of a central authority which is monitoring the development, not monitoring, which is maybe approving or guiding what kind of guidelines or what is the vision for that project, and that is where people can contribute. So you need to know where the K native really fit, and where is your interest lies, and what kind of contribution you can do.
Right. Uh, so Pratyush has one question. I have a good knowledge in cloud and I'm doing labs of AWS, but how I can work for cloud in real world? I am 2x AWS certified.
Okay, great. That's a great question again. Congrats for your certification. So if you've gone through the certification, I believe you have a fair bit knowledge, and then that's where I'm saying you want to build a real thing. Then open your account. The first thing is apply the basic maths, how to live in free tier without paying anything. That is again an art utilizing our basic mathematics, no integration derivation required. Then build something what you want. Again, I will start always with a single, let's say a single lamp stack application. Then I will break it, make it maybe the application tier and web tier can be scalable, and database tier can be what I can say, master slave with read replica. And then you need to know how you need to tweak your application to work it together. After that, let's say if you achieve this, then think how you can break your application into the again the latest technology in the world of containerization. Because in the same application, if you break this, and that is what the real world going is, because most of the things are running in legacy, right? You need to know how you are going to do the lift and shift and little bit of cloud improvement, adding the managed services without making any big changes. And then maybe whenever something known as app modernization come into picture, and you can follow with Gaurav because he is a champ in Red Hat OpenShift, so he will tell you where the app modernization is going. Yeah.
No, definitely, definitely. I'm always welcome and happy to answer the best way I can. But Chirag, you made a right statement that to learn the cloud, you always need to understand the lowest layer, that from where to kick off. So Shlok is also asking about that. So do you mean the lower layer? Can you name that lower layer so where they
Okay.
can start? Or I would say I should put up for all the viewers better understanding that what thing that you need to kick off when you're learning cloud, or how you should kick start of that, right? So can you please brief us on
Sure.
that
So
as well?
lower layer, I am saying because we can say the different deployment model, the infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, as well as so-called subscription or software as a service, right? So lower layer is infrastructure, because there you just don't try that you need to build quickly. You need to think that you need to build it from scratch with a custom. You are not owning any hardware, but you really need to know the networking. Let's say I say start a network, then you need to know what is a private networking CIDR, why it is required. It's again the basic maths. There is again not a difficult math. It's all about a number game. You need to know the requirement that yes, why this number I am choosing, why not other. That is the lower level. When you set up the operating system, you will have an operating system access. How you can make sure that operating system need to be securely accessed, how you are going to install, maybe put operating system in something where you don't have a public IP, but how it is going to interact with the public internet. Those all are the concepts which is truly in physical world, and it need to be replicated in the cloud world. It will give you much more clearance, again in a easiest way, in the matter of few clicks. Or if you love any programming language, you can drive using any SDK. And if you like the CLI, pure admin guy, you can use the CLI.
Right. And thank you so much, Shlok, for bringing up, and thanks Chirag once again for enlightening that part up. Now, the most important part, Anant rightly said that certification doesn't matter that much. Definitely it matters, but after gaining certain experience. And I guess I have heard Chirag at n number of platform. He has always emphasized on one thing, that you learn first. When you have free tires learning available, Why don't you utilize it up? And on the later part, means if I have to talk about student, I have also believed, and I keep on saying this part, when you are in your seventh or eighth semester, then attempt one or two certification to get that extra badges on your resume. Otherwise you don't require that much of certification. Gain the knowledge. Rightly once also said, make your projects as your certification, and that is
Yes.
going to empower more. And also I would reiterate the learnings that I had from the Chirag session. He also mentioned contribute back to the community, and that's where you will understand the power of cloud, and this is what we are trying to do. So with that, thank you so much, Chirag. We
One
don't want
last,
to.
like,
Yeah,
I
please,
asked
please.
the sixth, maybe what I can say, the skill required. Let me see if
Uh-huh.
anyone mention sixth
Uh,
skill. Okay, if not, it's Googling. Googling is required. Okay, you need to know how to read even documentation and how to find a right documentation to learn cloud. So with
right,
that,
right. So
stay
let me
safe,
bring
guys.
Ananya, the team hustlers, on the screen back again. Hey, Ananya, do you have something to add on to my words? Okay, you are on mute, I guess. Yeah. The best part about being in virtual world is that you keep on staying on mute and saying things.
Sorry for
Yeah.
that. Thank you, Chirag Nair, for this amazing talk, and we hope that will help people interested in cloud computing. Again, thanks a lot, Chirag Nair, for giving us your precious time and enlighten your audience. Thank you,
Take
sir.
care, guys. Okay, bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chirag. Take care. Bye bye. Okay, Ananya. So, Ananya, before we ask you that who is going to be our next speaker, I want to remind our all the viewers that we have post this next amazing session. We have a live quiz for you all to grab some goodies. The top three winners will get the goodies from the team Hustlers and the Cheers with Gaurav, sponsored by our amazing friends and sponsor across that you guys have been hearing the names. But what I want to tell you all, if your friends have still not joined us live, please ask them to join us live straight away. Right. So, Ananya, over to you. Who is our next speaker? Please let us know. And why don't you introduce and let's bring them on the screen,
Yes,
please?
sure. So now, before inviting our next guest, I would say magic is in believing yourself. If you can make that happen, you can make anything happen. With this, I invite Soumya Singh, Associate Software Engineer at RedHat, to talk about her journey and experiences she faced in her engineering life. Hello.
Hi everyone. Hi Ananya. How are you all?
Hi. I'm all good. What about you?
I'm also doing great. Yes, I'm very excited for this session. Should we start?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Okay,
Perfect.
so I want to share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
share screen. So let me know if it's visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, so let's start without any more delay. So, hello everyone, welcome to PRAYAS 2021. I'm Soumya, your speaker for this session. I think it's the second session of day one. So, let's get started. This is about me. I'm currently working at RedHat, and these are some of the recognitions, some of the scholarship, fellowships, and hackathons in which I participated and won a few of them. And like I want to tell that I am a class of 2021. That is, I graduated from engineering university few months ago. So I am also new to the IT industry, and I'd love to. In this session, I will be sharing a lot many things with you all. So stay tuned. And yes, these are the agenda of this session today. First of all, I will talk about best skills to learn and master. If I go and check my LinkedIn DM, most of the DMs are about Samyadi, I'm confused about should I do web development, should I do DSA, or I like ML also, like many of my friends are doing ML. So please tell me what should I do? Like what is the best skill for me to learn? So I will like I decided to pick this question in this session because this was one of the most commonly asked question from me. Okay, and the second thing I'll share about interview tips. Like I also gave a lot many interviews in like in fourth year during placements and for internships as well. So I'd love to share my experience of the virtual interviews because virtual interviews is a bit different from the offline interviews, not a bit, actually a lot. And we should know what are the do's and don'ts for the virtual interviews. So I consider this point as well. So I will be sharing the interview tips from my experience. And thirdly, I'll share about the programs, the scholarships, fellowships in which I participated. I was on the list of finalists or winners, and you can also check those competitions or those like whatever the programs were there, you can check them out. So I will be sharing my complete journey of 4 year, how I started into tech, because I was also completely blank when I was in first year that how should I get started, but I managed to explore a lot many things. So I will be sharing them all right. This is one of my favorite quote. Like I it's written in my monthly and yearly goals diary as well. Don't waste a single moment in your life because time has no holiday, dreams have no expiry date, and life has no pause button. And another favorite from Shirin Mary is, life is like a fingerprint that cannot be duplicated. So make the best impression with it. These two are my all time favorites, and I always keep these quotes on like top of my diary. All right. So the first agenda of the day is skills to learn and master. One of the biggest dilemma is, should I do DSA first or should I jump into the dev side? So let me clear this concept today on this platform. It's the best platform to talk about such topics, I think, because our audience, like most of our audience are from university, from college also. So the most important thing is to clear the fundamentals, the basics first of all. Whenever a building is constructed, what is important? Building the infrastructure, the fundamental of the building is very important. Then only the complete building will be strong, right? So in the same way, when you want to jump into the programming world, when you want to get started with coding, programming, so the most important thing is you should have your fundamentals, you should have the basics of programming clear in your mind. That is very very important. So before jumping into ML or mobile development, anything, first make sure that your basic concepts of data structures, like how arrays work, how stacks, queues, like how all those data structures work. You should, like if anyone give a problem, so you should be able to think of a solution, design a simple algorithm for it, right? So the basic should be clear. And again, where like in DSA also, people are mostly confused about the language, which language should they choose for doing DSA. So like it's I would say another topic. And from my point of view, the important part is your concepts should be clear. When it comes to programming languages, they are mostly about the syntax. Like when your knowledge about the data structures and algorithms is clear, you can write the code in any language. It's the difference is about the syntax, right? And like in talking about myself, in the in high school in 11th and 12th standard, we were taught C++. But later when I came to university, I was like I started with Java and I was more comfortable with Java. So I did most of the like practicing on lead code etc in Java only. So that's completely okay if like you start with C++, Java or Python, whatever you feel is good for you, you can pick that language. And yes, like this point should be clear that first build a strong fundamental strong basics, and then only jump to the dev side, be it web development, mobile development, or anything else. And I hope this point is clear. And there are a lot many things to explore apart from DSA dev side. We have the management side as well. I've seen many of my friends from the starting, they are clear that they have to go into the management domain itself. So they do those things which are specific to like management side. Like from the starting they try to get into internships specific to a leader, like leadership or management roles, right? So there are a lot many things that you can explore. In the beginning I was also not sure if I should like what which dev skill should I choose after doing the basics of coding, etc. I was completely blank, like I was confused between web development, mobile development, machine learning. A lot many things were there, right? I will tell you what strategy I followed, and I'm sure if you will follow that, that will help you as well. And it doesn't matter if you are in college, even if you are a graduate, then also we often face this dilemma if I should get started with this new technology. Should I start learning Golang? Should I start learning that thing? So I will be sharing some of the ways I follow to overcome those dilemmas, and it will be really a win-win situation for you. Like explore everything, and at the end come to a conclusion that which is that skill about which you are like passionate. What I did is like I was confused between three dev skills mainly, and I took a lot of advice from my seniors, from everyone. But then also after a lot of googling everything, I was confused that some people are comfortable with web development, some people are very happy to do mobile development. I was not sure what will be good for me. So I took 1 month and I gave 7 days to each of these skills, to web development, mobile development, AI. Like like the things about which I was confused, I gave like 7 days to each of those skills, and I explored them a lot. I learned from free resources available on the internet, and after 1 month of exploring a lot many technologies, I like arrived at the conclusion that mobile development is something which I am very interested about, because from the very starting I was very passionate about developing mobile apps. Like when I we use so many apps in our phone, we have Gmail, we have Zomato app, etc. A lot many are there, right? So I was always eager to know like how can we create applications, mobile applications. And luckily like I was good in a bit good in Java, and for Android development, for mobile development, Java was needed. So I decided to go ahead with the mobile development, and that helped me a lot in my career, be it in open source or like developing products in hackathons. This skill helped me a lot. Like these are, if we talk about technical domains, so these are the options, and there are many more. The list is very long. We have ML, web development, Android development, a lot many things are there to explore. If you are in initial years of your graduation, then I highly advise you to explore all these technical domains, and it will be really a win-win situation for you. And that dilemma of what should I do, instead of asking others, you should ask to yourself. After exploring all those things, simply ask yourself what is that thing in which I am highly interested. So talking about my cup of tea, I love solving problems, and I do participate in hackathons. Like when I was in my second year, third year, all the hackathons used to be offline, and I used to participate a lot. And I have been winner of several state level and like country level hackathons as well. Apart from that, open source projects are something open source communities are something which helped me a lot in my tech journey. I learned a lot from the experienced people in the open source communities. And I do love developing mobile applications. I also got several program management opportunities when I was in university, and that was a wholesome different experience. And I do, you will always like find me writing blogs and doing talks in conferences, in sessions. Like today, I'm here at the summit, Prayas 2021. So these are the things which I did a lot in 4 years of my university, in 4 years of my college. And this is again a very important point, networking. When you jump into the technical domain, when you start uh, talking to people in communities, networking really becomes an important part. It helps a lot. Like when I started contributing to the open source projects, there were a lot of people. In the starting, I was really unsure of how should I start talking to them. Is it good if I ask any questions to them? I was very like shy to ask anything in the communities, like on maybe Slack. Different open source communities use different platforms. Some use Discord, Gitter is there, Slack, Zulip, etc. So in those community channels, there are so many people, and I used to feel a bit shy that should I'm so like junior, should I ask questions to them? But trust me, never hesitate to ask your queries, never hesitate to ask your questions. The experienced people out there are always open to help. They always try to give back to the community, and whenever you will ask questions, they try to help you to their best. I experienced this myself, and now when my juniors ask questions from me, be it on community channels or personally on LinkedIn, etc., I really can feel that thing, that we always want to help our juniors who really want to jump into the tech domain. So never ever hesitate to ask your doubts. And obviously, like, you can first do self search on Google, etc. If the questions, the queries that you are having are all already answered very well on the internet, then no need to ask again to someone. But if there is something for which you really need help, so go ahead and ask your question. Don't hesitate there. And when you will participate in hackathons, you'll see that unknown faces making groups and developing products so quickly in 24 hours, 36 hours for that particular hackathon. So this is really a very beautiful thing, that how people in communities come up together without knowing each other. Right. So this is really the beauty of connections, of networking, and those connections help a lot if you want to like stay in the technical domain, in the IT industry. Then those connections will really help. This is another very important point: setting priorities. Be it about it's like not specific to your career, in your life in general. You should have your priorities set. You should know what is that thing which you want to keep on top. It's you who have to decide if you want uh, like DSC practice to be on number one, or movies and friends to be on number one. So make your priority list. It will make your mind decide things quickly. It will enhance your decision making power as well. When the priorities will be set in your mind, then things will be very easy in your life. Like if you have to do, let's say, 1 hour slot is left in a day, and you are left with two options: either do a few practice on lead code, or let's say friends are calling for like party or something. So if your priorities are set, then you obviously know that like practicing the questions will help me better than hanging out, right? So setting priorities is very much important, especially if we are in our college, if we are in our university. So it's a very important thing to note that the more we'll work for ourselves, the better will be results in future. So don't step back to work hard, don't step back to practice questions, to learn new skills, because this is the time when you can put most in yourself. So do this thing today. If you haven't done, take a diary, or you can use Notion as well. Few days back I tried using Notion. It's also a good place to put your like to do's for every day and writing your priorities. So you can either choose your diary, you can either pick your pick Notion, whatever suits good to you, but do it, it's important. And I have seen some people do like you know picking days of the week, and like they say like on Wednesday and Thursday I'll do DSA, on Friday I'll do dev, something like that. That's also a good way, but what I prefer is in a single day, I start the day with my written to-do list. Like I have things in mind that what I have to do, and I write them every day in my diary, like what I have to do today. So I every day write that, let's say I have to do 4 DSA questions today, I have to take a session today, I have to do my tasks, etc. Like I am a person who do things, who divide things for single days. I can't devote a complete day to like only, let's say, developing an application or something. Like whatever is again suits, whatever is good for you, you can pick that up. And yes, you should know what are the important goals for you. Among all what you will write, one of the most important thing is internet presence, or you can say branding. Nowadays, if you are here in the IT industry, in the technical domain, then having a good internet presence is important. If you will ask a person who started in the technical domain 15 years back, at that time it was not that much important. But now things, almost everything is virtual, right? And in this scenario, having a good internet presence is very important, be it for getting good opportunities, or be it for growing yourself professionally, personally. It's important to have a good social media, like good to have a good presence on social media. And you are your best brand ambassador. No one can promote you better than you yourself, right? So tell the world, tell people about you, what you do, what are things you are passionate about. Keep sharing those skills which you are learning on day to day basis. Like I do find a lot of like minded people on tech Twitter. They keep sharing what they are learning, and what are the skills they want to learn in near future. They like there are some 100 days of code, 30 days of code hashtags also, which you can follow if you are starting something new to stay motivated. Those things help. Even if you someday, like if you are feeling tired that okay, I don't want to do any questions today, I don't want to develop any website app today, something like that. So like if, let's say, you are continuously posting about your progress using 30 days of code on Twitter, so you will pause and think, like if I'll not post about my update today, what will my followers, what will they say, who look at my progress, who check my progress, right? So it's just an idea which I wanted to share. Like you can share about what things you are learning on Twitter, and it helps. Okay, So that was about the first agenda. I hope you got at least one significant point from the first agenda. And now let's come to the second point, that is interview tips. Now, coming to this point, one of the most important and general advice that I can give is, for whatever role you are going to appear, be sure that you have a good knowledge of that. Be sure that you have practiced whatever skills, whatever uh, like whatever will be asked in the interview. Like, if you are going to appear for the opening of a software engineer in any company, so it's very obvious that they will be asking you questions about basics of coding, fundamentals, DSA. So make sure that you have practiced them. Practice is really the most significant key here when it comes to interviews. Yes, it's 90% knowledge which helps in interviews, and obviously confidence also helps a lot. And this is the checklist. If you want to get an opportunity to give interview, the very first thing is obviously resume. So make a neat, clean, crisp resume. Try to keep it 1 page long. And a very important thing which I want to share is, I got to know about this last year when I was a scholar at Grace Hopper celebration. So from one of the recruiters out there, I got to know about a platform. I don't remember the exact name. It was something like uh, ODB platform or something like this. That's the platform which recruiters mostly use for screening the resumes. So be sure to put some keywords when you are applying for any job opening. Like like, like the example that the recruiter gave to me. Let's say the recruiter want to hire for a good software engineer. So she or he would put some keywords like coding, DSA, software engineer, problem solving, or maybe some keywords like GSOC or whatever they want. And they will like screen all the resumes they received through that platform, and that platform will give the filtered resume to the recruiter. That platform will give those resumes to the recruiter which are having those keywords, right? So this is one point which I wanted to share. Make sure that you put the right keywords in your resume. And yes, try to put only those things about which you are confident. Don't put those things which you don't know, because that will really leave a very bad impact when you will appear actually in the interview. So take care of that thing. And second thing, obviously you should have the knowledge for whatever job profile you are going to appear, be it business analyst, be it software engineer, developer, advocate, or whatever. And the third point is, do the research very well. Do the research of the company, of the job for which you are going to appear. Read the job description, read the skills they want, and be sure to prepare well for all of those. And another important point is, make the most of the tell me about yourself question. From my experience, it's very important. Like, I was reading an article in the newspaper few months back, and there was a very beautiful line. The topic was something like, score a success in your interview in the first 5 minutes. So it's usually believed, like some studies indicate, that interviewers make their mind about the candidate in first 5 to 10 minutes of the interview. And like in the rest of the interview, they spend the time to confirm that decision, if they will actually hire that candidate or not. So we all know that first impression is the last impression, right? So make the most out of tell me about yourself question, and never overstress yourself about any interview. because interviewer is also a human being, right? And feel that interview is just like a conversation. You should be able to persuade the interviewer that you are the best candidate, you are the perfect fit for that opening in that particular company. And one more point that I want to emphasize is like if you don't know answer of any question, then you speak up, accept that humbly that okay, I don't know about this question. It's not a crime at all. No one, like, there is no human being who would be knowing everything. It's completely okay if you don't know the answer of any question. Nobody is expected to know everything, right? So accept that humbly, and if you know the answer, answer that very politely. Like, it was a general thing which I wanted to share, because most of the time, like, freshers or juniors, they feel that if I will say no, I don't know the answer, then it will leave a bad impact. It's okay, at least you accepted that you don't know, right? So don't feel like you make a big mistake or something. It's from my experience in the industry from past few months, what I felt is one of the key differences between the senior engineers and the juniors is that the seniors, they speak up very humbly that okay, I don't know about this, I need to like go back and learn about this, then I will be able to answer. So it's very common and it's very obvious that not everyone will know everything. So take it easy, don't over stress yourself, and yes, give your interviews in a very easy way. And yes, if you are going to give any interview, etc., so all the best for that. And even if you, like, even if that dream job for which you thought you would be the perfect fit, even if that didn't went well, don't give up. Like, this is again a very important thing. When you are giving interviews, failures will be there. It's a like, failure is part of success, it cannot be detached. So it's completely okay if you face some failure. Like, take that failure and use that as a fuel for your next interview. Try not to make those mistakes which you did in the last interview. It's very important. Okay, so let's move ahead and talk about the third agenda of today. Okay, I think I'm crossing the time. It's 11:34, so let's wrap up very quickly. Talking about my journey, like from the starting, I was very much studious, and when I was in initial years of my like college, so I was very much into the non-technical stuff, like doing anchoring, becoming leader for NSS, etc., doing the co-curricular activities. And I started my tech journey in my second year, I would say. I took a lot of advice from my seniors, a lot of researching, like a lot of googling on Google, and like I did explored a lot many things. And then I like, after learning basics of DSA and then mobile development, I started contributing to open source projects specific to mobile development. So I was one of the mentors at Google Coding as well, with AnitaB.org and Mefo's organization, one of the featured mentor over there. I also did a lot of volunteering in my 4 years of journey, in 4 years of graduation, and I'm still doing a lot of volunteering activities. And luckily, I like managed to maintain rank one as well in the university, because my parents are always very conscious about ranks, marks. And I was also one of the four finalists among four finalists internationally for Women in Open Source Academic Award in 2020. And these are some of the programs which I love doing. This is Google Coding. It was one of the best experiences. Like, I have a lot of instances to share about this, but I think we are running out of time. So maybe some in some other session. And this like, this is part of the mentoring, etc., what I did. And in 2019, one of my project was also shortlisted for IITK's open source initiative. That was the time, that was first time when I learned how to manage a team in open source communities. And these are some of the projects, open source projects, where I contributed via Bitbucket, GitLab, etc., or GitHub. And this is the project by Girl Script, Tech in Slums. I have the opportunity, I had the opportunity to be the lead of this project, the program manager for this project. And yes, I was also winner of Connect with Google Social Challenge. It was really an unexpected thing. I was not sure if I should fill the form, I should apply for it, but you can see I was one of the winners. So, like, one of the takeaways for you from this could be never hesitate to fill any form, scholarship, or application. No one knows if you can also be the winner finalist. Like, we never know like what's going to happen. And I have been featured by Storyteller as well. And these are some of the hackathons where I participated. And like, do participate in hackathons, especially if you are in college. It's a great way of learning things. And when you will participate, you yourself will understand. I don't know much about the virtual hackathons, but I did a lot of offline ones. But be it virtual or offline ones, like, it's always good to participate in hackathons. They are good opportunities. And yes, I was one of the scholars for Grace Hopper Celebration. All these which I'm sharing, you can check out the applications for them. These are yearly scholarships and fellowships. Um, yes, go ahead and check the eligibility criteria and do apply for them. It's very important. Even if you will receive the like, I wish you receive the congratulations mail, but even if you receive the not congratulations mail, it's also fine. At least you tried to fill the form, you tried to apply, right? And yes, I have been the mentor for Android development course at Interpret Gigs. And yeah. So yes, I'm running fast because we are running out of time. And I like, currently, I'm working at Red Hat. Being an open source enthusiast, really, it's a very big thing to be working at world's largest open source software company. And yes, one of the last thing which I want to say to all my beautiful audience out here is, you are the master of your destiny and captain of yourself. It's you who have to decide what you want to become or what you will become. Everything is in your control. So prepare for your dreams, give your best, and like, don't worry much about the results. Give your best, and things will, either today or in future, will be in your favor. Just continue giving your best. And yes, everything is in your control. Your destiny, your life is in your hand. So this was from my side. I'm sorry for crossing the time. So
No,
yes.
not at all. Soumya, means what I want to say, all the viewers, definitely we cross the line of in terms of hours, but doesn't matter. For Soumya, you know, one thing I always say when I hear about your journey, I still remember all the viewers when I interacted for the first time. Soumya was one of the nominees for the Women in Open Source Award winner from the Red Hat, and I, being in Red Hat, globally, if somebody appreciate the things that your fellow Indian person is doing, I guess I always keep myself on the toes, and I saw her name in the finalist list, and I immediately rushed back to the Girl Script organization where Anuba and Mohit were there, and I requested for her number, and I reached out to her. Hearing about story, I can, one thing I always say, like, you all viewers, reach out to her on the social medias, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, wherever you find her. She's the one who can always make you feel alive. She's the one who can always feel you motivated, and always her guidance will make yourself ready to slay the day. For sure, Soumya, you have been an inspiration to all the viewers, and for sure, for me as well. So thank you so much for the lovely guidance and sharing your journey. I guess that is something the most important part that you have done. And so does, I want to showcase to you some of the people who are commenting it for you. It's all about firing the amazing journey that you share. Thank you so much for being always open and guiding everyone out there in the industry. And I don't know, someday if somebody of us or the people who are watching you, they will reach out to you. Soumya, one day we heard your journey, and today I want you to hear our journey for sure. Right.
That will be a great day for me.
Always, always. So, Soumya, before you leave, let me take up one question. I don't know if I'll make justice to that because so many questions were lined up. But let me take this question from Rishita, asking that how many lead questions are to be done in a day, approx, at least have a good commands on DSA. Any comments on that?
Yeah, definitely. So, like I have seen people saying that you can do 2 to 3 questions, but based on my experience, like if you are able to do more questions, it will really help. If you are doing easy questions, you can definitely do 6 to 8 questions as well. If you are doing medium level questions, then on lead code, like 2 to 3, 3 to 4 questions are enough, and hard questions, I would say two are also enough. So it depends upon the level you are trying. So I would say if you can do more, it will definitely help. But again, don't over pressurize yourself. Go with ease. Consistency will matter a lot over here. Like do questions every day. Don't be like I will do all the questions on weekends. No, don't do that. Do questions every day, and like you should be picking up questions based on your capability. So that's the question. That answer. Yeah.
Right, right. No, definitely. And I guess I was looking at one of the question, and I hope Rishita and many other viewers would be agreeing to this thought. And one question which is there from Shlok: can we contribute to our open source project, mainly Google Summer of Code, when we are doing master's program or an either upper limits? So, any comments on this?
Okay, actually, my laptop's battery is very low and I don't know where my charger is, so I will answer this very quickly.
Yes, quickly.
So, you are asking, can we contribute our project, open source project, mainly to. Okay, it's for that, I think you need to check the eligibility criteria of GSOC if they allow like people in their masters to make contributions. I think yes, I remember. Uh, Isabel was there. She was doing her masters and she was a part of GSOC. So I think yes, go ahead and check that out. And let me tell you that GSOC is not the only way to contribute to open source projects. There are other programs as well, open source programs through which you can make contributions to open source projects, and you yourself can have your open source project like deployed on GitHub, and like people can contribute to that. So it's not mandatory to contribute to open source via any program. Like you can do it without any program. And apart from GSOC, there are other programs as well. Like I have done a lot of sessions on open source, so maybe you can check them out. Or yes.
Okay, with that, I hope, having said that, Soumya rightly said on one point that don't focus on ours, love what you do. It's all about its individual capability that one follow. So enjoy the learning phase. That's the most important part. Ananya from the team Hustlers. So Ananya, what do you feel that Soumya was able to motivate us? Definitely I was, but yeah.
Yes,
What about you?
yes. She motivating us very much. Thanks, Soma, for this amazing talk. I hope it helped everyone, every student had a doubt when they come into college life, when they have to do what they have to do, from where they can start. Your journey helps a lot to every student. Again, thanks a lot for this, for your giving your time to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much,
Thank
and
you,
thank you so
Soumya.
much
Thank
for
you so
hosting
much.
me here. Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye
Bye-bye.
bye.
Okay, so Ananya, what is up next for all of us? I was seeing some chats around saying that we have some quiz right now.
Yes, now we are coming to our first quiz. So, guys, are you ready for the quiz? First, sir, why don't you introduce the quiz?
Hmm, you have made me in the tough spot. So the team, the
Yes.
quiz is up and live. So what the thing is gonna happen is that let me also share our what I should say the screen so that people can easily understand. The link is in the video chat, so anybody can play except three people, especially it's me, Ananya, and Rishabh. because we definitely have the access to the dashboard and we can uh, manipulate a lot of results. So we are keeping ourselves out. Why don't you all guys please join us playing live? I can see a couple of people joining in, but we want more and more and more people. Please, please, please join us live so that you can play the comment. Sorry, the chat window has all the links. So please, please, please come and join. Again, reiterating, there will be top three winners who is going to be there, who is going to select. We are not doing like a random pick. If you do it, it's all up to you. Hey Rishabh, how are you, man? So definitely we all three are the people who are not allowed to play,
Great, great.
unfortunately. But yeah. So I can see the excitement, people joining us. We can see some of, ask your friends to share the link to them that hey, please come and join us. Please come and join us. So this will be the some awesome swags that will be there for you all to grab. Means there will be some t-shirts, some stickers, some pens, many of the things. So guys, I don't want to disclose it up that what you are going to get in that mystery swag box, but definitely there is something amazing and amazing live up for you. This is not a technical quiz. Again, having said that, there is not going to be anything technical. It is all again going to be so much and so much of fun that we are going to do. Some interesting questions, some quick and twisted question. Me, Ananya, and Rishabh were playing yesterday, and again, I unfortunately failed in that. But yes, as the host, you get the privilege to do the thing. So
Right.
that is there. Ask your friends to join the quiz platform. It's very simple. Joinmyquiz.com, and the key code you can see it on the screen. I guess we can make it more large for everybody to see. So here, guys, you can see it. Like the code is 637386. Please join. I'm waiting for a couple of more people to join us, and then we will kick off the session. Now, having said that, this quiz, again, please, guys, listen to me. This quiz is going to be a multiple choice question where some of the questions have one correct answer, some of them can have multiple as well. But more interestingly and more importantly, be the fastest finger first, guys. Try to answer as much as any questions correct in the streak because that might also take you up on the leaderboard. So we are not going to ask for the cumulative scores or something else. It is gonna be the top three winners. You are up and ready to grab the swags from the Prayas event. So I can see many people joined us. So we have 24 people who have joined us. We will wait for another minute and then we'll kick off the quiz because there is some exciting sessions that are lined up for you all. I don't want to steal the time from our eminent guest, and I guess you guys are still now, you guys are doing a lot of enjoying sharing the memes on social media because memathon is on. You are also posting us on social media so that you could be also crowned as a king or queen of social media for the Prayas 2021, guys. There are also some cool swags. We haven't finalized how many swags winner we are going to select for memathon, but definitely there will be one king and one queen for the social media. So keep tagging us so that we get to know that you have created something amazing. So I'm waiting for other peoples to join us. So guys, if you are ready, I'm also ready to play it up. So guys, what do you think? Rishabh and Ananya, so far so good?
Yes. Let's start.
Hmm?
Let's start,
Yeah,
I think.
are you guys enjoying the quiz or no? You guys are not going to enjoy the quiz. We will do the live commentary. But what I want to ask you is that what do you think means how far your experience being hosting your first event altogether? How do you think? How is your feeling hosting up this event in front of like all the speakers and other
Uh,
people? Yeah.
so right, like if I talk about myself, like the event is going really good. I've been sitting and interacting with the audience, in the live chat, and the chat is full of comments, and I can see a lovely comments, and uh, this is fun to me, and just organizing this and hosting this for the first time, this summit, and we are about to go live. Like we are live from last 2 hours, and it's been fun. And please ask your friends, guys, to join this quiz, and you can win amazing swags. And there is lot of things lined up for this day and also for the next day. So please stay tuned, right? Yeah, Gaurav sir, like we are having fun, I guess, in the quiz also, and lots of participants are joining.
Yeah, there are
Right.
lots of
So,
people
and
are
just want
joining
to
it.
repeat, guys, please mention your full name or at least your first name so that we can identify you post this session. Please don't use the short names because that can spoil the things because we won't be able to identify you. Like I can see somebody joined as AG. अब ए जी ओ जी सुनो जी मैं हूं मनमोजी तो हम करने से रहना राइट यू गाइस नो इट
Right,
राइट
right,
I cannot ask somebody to be on the AG. Please, I'm removing you because the thing we won't be able to like identify you. So please log in with your full name, and that can help us to identify that who you are. And this one
right.
razor, guys, Gillette razor नहीं खेल रहे हैं हम लोग. We are playing it live, guys. Please, 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 please join it with your
Yeah,
first name or
mention
full
your
name.
correct name also. Like if you wanted to win swags, please mention your correct name. Like if you don't mention your correct name and you win the quiz, then also you will not be getting the swags, right?
Right. So we will
Mention your correct
automatically
name.
uplift. We will automatically uplift the below person. Like if we are having
Right.
one, two, three, and first पर आते हैं
Hmm.
हमारे AG, तो हम AG सुनो जी को हटा देंगे and we will pick up the second and third. Right. The complete
Right.
names for the winners list we will get on the closing ceremony that is happening tomorrow. So stay tuned for the day two happening also.
And
Also, post
also
this
for the
quiz,
day
we
two.
will have an amazing session lined up for you again. We will have an eminent like industry speaker for like guiding you on the contribution to open source and many other things. So, what do you think, guys? Let's kick off the quiz part, right?
Yeah, let's
Okay. So,
start.
Ananya, Rishabh, permission
Yeah,
granted.
yeah,
Yeah,
permission
go ahead.
granted. So let's start.
Okay. So, guys, again, repeating the rule, you will be like having the questions on your screen. It is the fastest finger first quiz. Some questions have one answer correct, some have multiple choices. Select them up and kick it off. All are not technical question. There will be fun question. There will be some like interesting question. Please read the question properly, and who knows, top three winners will be likely to get some swags from the Prayas event. So in a three, two, one, let's kick off the quiz. One, two, three. Ching chang. Three, two, one, go. Let's see who corrects the first answer up and running. Oh my god, first is up. Hey, look, Kartike, Anuradha, some UPS, Gaurav, Manvita, Ashish all have got the correct answers. UPS said, how you can make me feel bad. I'm gonna do it back again. Manjul has, UPS has third question strike up correct. Manvit also did the same, Manjul, but UPS, again, I said that I reminded you that you are not going to be considered as one of the winners. So, Manvit, I'm considering you on the top. Ashish said, how you can consider him on the top? I'm going to steal that part up. He's
This
climbing
is
up.
going crazy. I guess this is going crazy.
Yes, yes, it is.
Look
You
at
know,
this,
Ashish
man.
has done all the five questions correct. Look, Arnav
Sir,
said,
I am feeling
Gaurav,
like,
you are making it wrong. Yeah.
sir, these people are, genuinely attempting the quiz, or they are Googling. Can you guess?
I don't know. I haven't kept the
I don't
space
think
for
no one is
the
googling.
errors. Yeah. I
Right.
don't have given the time them to do the Google, but Arnab has given eight answers straight away
Oh
correct.
my God.
Oh my God.
Kudos, kudos, Arnav. Kudos.
Right.
Cool.
Yay. So you can see the people climbing up the ladder, guys.
Oh my God.
Sorghum, Neha, many others haven't started it yet. Guys, please come up with the questions. I can see somebody climbing up the ladders, but you know, Arnab, Aman, Ashish, Manjul have almost finish up their quiz. So I'm wondering how people can still climb up the ladder. Might, because if they get all the eight questions or nine questions correct, they might also stand a chance to climb up the ladder. Look, Jairaj coming up on the leader. Sunny is also coming. Isha has climbed up a ladder. What do you think, Sunny? One question left for you. What do you think? Are you gonna come up or still not? So nine peoples are still in a waiting list. They are not able to complete. But I'm wondering, yes, somebody has streaked up. Yeah, guys, please, please, at least play it. I don't want you all to be like, you all are winner, guys. Trust me, you all are winners. I just want you all to play the fun game around. Don't be worried about the things. Definitely, the swags are up only for the first three people, but who knows? And again, reminding you, tomorrow we are again having a quiz for you at the same time, Rishabh, Ananya, or some different
Yeah.
time.
We are having at the same time, I guess.
Same time.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, same time
Awesome, awesome.
tomorrow also.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Guys,
Great, great.
invite your
Because
friends, like whoever is not attending this time. Please make sure to share this live session so that next time your friends can also join this quiz, and hope so they can also win some amazing swags. And keep supporting. One thing, guys, like if you are enjoying this session, make sure to like this video. Make sure to post the screenshot on Instagram, tag me, Hustlers and Ananya and Gaurav sir on the LinkedIn, on the Instagram as well. If we find you guys sharing a lot of things regarding Prayas, things, swags are on your way, right sir? Like king and queen will be decided on the fact that how active you are in Prayas session. You're
right,
sharing what you are doing, your comments and all matters, right? And I hope you
definitely, definitely.
all guys are enjoying.
Yes, so we are almost done. I can see many of they haven't played, or I don't know, they might be facing some issues. But interesting part is we have our uh, people who have done the correct answer. I know because there is a catch. So in a moment we are going to stop the live quiz because we have our another session lined up for you all. So Ananya, why don't you tell us like how was this quiz? And tomorrow we are again going to have three winners. Memeathon is going on. Have you received some of the Memeathon entries yet?
Yes, we received some marathon entries. Some
You
people's
have
there are
received, right?
very peoples. There are lot of peoples who do marathon. The everyone see the LinkedIn of the hustlers. There is lot of people tagging us.
Right,
And
and
I
that's what
think
makes interesting.
Vaibhav is there who is posting very much memes for the hustlers and Prayas and cheers with Gaurav.
Yes, and there is no restrictions, guys, that how much memes you can post. There is no restriction that you can post only one meme or two meme or three memes, as much as you can. As much as you get our attention, who knows, you will be there. So quiz number one is ended up, and the winners we will announce in the tomorrow closing ceremony. That who have we have the results, we have with us. So don't worry, keep enjoying the learning, I guess, right? So we have some exciting session lined up for you now onwards, so as for tomorrow as well. So guys, don't be afraid of participating. That's the most important part. Keep participating, keep learning, and as the hustler says, keep hustling as well. So first quiz is up and done. What we have next in the pocket to the hustlers? Please let us know.
So next, we have a very experienced person, and I guess most of the people who are asking about GSOC and open source contribution, the speaker is coming, will be the best person to answer your doubts. Now coming back, like we all know that some people want it to happen and some people wish it would happen, but some others, they make it happen. And uh, the person I'm inviting is the one who is doing the things right. So with these words, I would like to welcome Sumantro Mukherjee, a quality engineer at Red Hat, a council member of Fedora project, GSOC. He is the mentor in the GSOC, and he is going to tell you about getting started with Fedora projects. So all those open source enthusiasts, this is the time for you. Get started. So over to you, Sumantro sir. So how are you?
Hey, I'm doing fine. Can you hear me?
Okay. So welcome to Prayas 2021.
All right, thank you. Rishabh, thanks Hustlers for organizing this wonderful event. I have been listening about prayers and all the other activities for a really long time. And it's good to see finally you guys are actually making the student community more and more better in India. It
Right,
has
right.
always
So
been a dream to see open source reaching out to every single student community. So yeah,
Right.
that's really good.
We are learning from you. So from last 1 year, we are learning a lot of things in Linux. We are learning things in open source, and you've been a great mentor. So why not this time? You just you know give some advice to the people out there who is just starting their journey in open source for the first time and getting started with Fedora, right? And the awesome advice that you can give to the viewers would be really appreciable to all.
All right. So thanks for that introduction. Let's get started with some Fedora. Right. All right. So, yes, yeah, that's fine. So something that all of us try to do when we are student is we try to kind of make our opportunities more and more big. Like think about it, like if I am a student today, which I am, um, I would try to explore everything that is unexplored, anything that gives me some experience. And that brings us to this wonderful thing called open source projects. Fedora is just one open source project, and I'm going to talk to all of you guys about what you can do in Fedora. So a little bit about me. You know, I wear many hats in the industry, but then I love Fedora the most. I am a quality engineer for the last 5 years at Red Hat, working specifically on Fedora project. I have been somewhat a part of Google Open Source, which is Google Summer of Code, Google Code and with the good stuff like that. I coordinate the outreach internship for Fedora, and you can find me on Libra chat, on some of these channels. Right? But then most importantly, what I love doing is I am a student and I go around learning every new thing that I can every single day. So that's something that I love doing. And I'm going to share some of the experience that I have gathered over the last 5 to 7 years being in the industry to all of you students so that you can apply them and you can actually make a career in open source. You can actually start contributing to open source and make your life, rather your career, much more productive. So having said that, like, every open source project shares some of the other kind of traits. One of the things that I love as a part of Fedora project or any open source project is you get to meet a global community of people. In general, when you start being a contributor to any open source project, you actually are a part of this very big family that there is, and that family is kind of very caring, very looking out for each other, and everybody wants to help each other. Like that becomes the very first milestone that you get when you start looking at projects, right? And Fedora project is again a very big global community of people. We have about 4,000 odd contributors, and we build softwares, right? And these softwares are basically used in the most high-performing data centers out there as a part of an enterprise version called RedHat Linux. But other than that, it powers Wikipedia, it powers SourceForge, and a couple of other websites, like the well-known websites. And a couple of things that attracted me to open source and specifically to Fedora project were these four things. One was strengths. When I think of a project, any project that I want, 30% of it is technical, 70% of it is the amount of connections you get when you try to be a part of that project. And one of the things that stood out to me was the Fedora's four foundations, which is strengths, features, freedom, and first, which means I get a lot of friends that I can work with. I can talk to them. I can tell them what I'm thinking, how I can shape up a feature, and that is the same feature that you get every release over release when it comes to features in open source projects. Specifically to Fedora, Fedora tries to bring in a lot of new features every time we release. So we release every 6 months. I'm going to talk about the release cadence a bit later on, but whole idea is we have a lot of features that drop by every single 6 months, and these are written by a lot of friends of mine. And even if you are a part of project, you can have that swag too of saying, yeah, my friends write cool features for an operating system. Um, Coming back to something that is very crucial, we have a freedom to express how we want to feel about something. Now, everything has a good part and a bad part, right? So, not like I love everything about systemd, but then systemd is a very integral part of Linux. So those who use Linux know systemd is a very integral part of Linux. But not that I love everything about systemd, but then I have the freedom to say some parts of systemd are not that easy to work, right? The same way, something that breaks in the kernel will break everything. But then I have the freedom to go ahead and say, hey, this is not great. And I have the freedom to even change something, whatever I want to, in order to make it work for me and the entire extended community. That's the freedom any open source project gives to you. And finally, you know, every new feature, every new experiment has a first step. And Fedora project takes the first step when it comes to putting in innovation on the line. And that brings us to a very new thing, which is a little background. So why do we do all of these things first? Like, we have seen Android. Now, Android, if you take a real life comparison, whatever you see happening on Android today would actually happen or will trickle down to iPhone or iOS, or rather the Apple hardware a couple of years later, right? One of the most important feature, if I have to name, is still the 60 hertz display rate on an iPhone, right? And whether on an Android you have 120 hertz and more, right? The way it works is any open source project, for example, Android is an open source project, right? And all of these open source projects, they take a first step to making the line of innovations, which then flow down to this downstream, very enterprisey, more secure way of doing things. Red Hat follows the same policy. And this is a little bit background of what happens. If you look at the image right now, you have Fedora, which is the upstream, the greatest and the latest of all the Linux, right? And then that, after 6 months or a year, flows down to this very enterprisey thing that we call as Red Hat Enterprise Linux, or RED in short. All of the projects that Red Hat contributes to, either with money or with people or sponsoring them, they kind of flow down back to this very core downstreams. So we have overt going to virtualization, we have RDO going to OpenStack, so on and so forth, right? That's the little bit background of why we do all this newness and the greatness, even though it breaks sometimes, but we still do that newness and greatness, right? And you, as contributor, get to be a part of that newness and greatness. And when that greatness comes to enterprises like RHEL or Satellite or Ansible, you get to say everybody on your resume that you actually tested or contributed or wrote documentation or designed something which is now being used by the downstream. Right? That's something that helps when you start your open source journey. Now, coming back to something more important, a lot of people see Fedora, or rather talk to us as, every time we release something new, you see Verge coming out and a lot of YouTube channel coming out and saying, okay, the greatest release Fedora of this cycle has these features. Now, Fedora releases every 6 months. So we release twice every year. And since we release twice every year, we have this way of bringing in contributors twice every release cycle, which means every year we have 3 months and 3 months, which makes it 6 months of core contribution period per release cycle. Now, the first release goes on as May 1st. That's the time we release our first release. So 34 was released on May 1st, and 35 is going to be released in October. October 16th to be precise, if things goes right. And which means the month of September and October are going to be the core contribution months for anybody who wants to contribute to Fedora at this point, right? And they would be contributing to Fedora 35, which would be going to RHEL 9 sometime later, right? And that's going to be the whole procedure, right? If you contribute to 35, your contribution is going to look up to the next version of RHEL, and then you're going to be able to talk about what's going to come in RHEL and what's going to come in Fedora, and so on and so forth, right? And that helps you understand the time period that you look forward to contribute to. So I'm going to talk about a lot of ways you can start contributing, but for the time being, let's understand very broad, rather, let me give you some broad strokes on what contribution is going to look like. So Fedora is an operating system, and we ship somewhat like 12 different variants of this operating system. So we ship something what we call as workstation, which is your desktop, which runs on every single system. We ship servers, which are the operating system plus some packages minus the GUI in 80% of the cases. And it just is used as a platform where you can go ahead and run your applications and host your websites and do all the crazy stuff that you want to do as a part of business, right? That's the whole idea. So servers are basically the same workstation, but with additional set of packages, which let you do a lot of other things. Then we ship something called containers. And when we mean containers, we ship something called Fedora container images. And these images are the same images that you get in Docker, but their upstream is maintained by some of the Fedora contributors, right? And then these images are something that you can contribute to, you can help, and you can actually make a name for yourself in the container world. We also ship something that we call as Fedora Core OS. And Fedora Core OS is this very minimal containerized workflow, again, geared towards container with Podman and Docker. And the whole idea is, if you are a contributor looking to work in container space, container security, product security, stuff like that, Core OS is the way that you can go forward. Now, like you can understand, Fedora is a very, very diverse distribution, right? It contains 30,000 odd packages, different architectures, and support for a lot of hardware. Now, that doesn't come with just 12 engineers who are paid by RedHat. That doesn't, right? We heavily rely on community and community contributors. And that's exactly where the very big part of student community comes into picture. We, as Fedora project, love students to come and make a career for themselves and learn real world skills, which then they can use to shape up, anything they want, like a project for themselves, participate in GSOC, participate in outreach, stuff like that. And the way we do it is we help most of the people to choose a path of contribution. And the path of contribution choice is very open. It's not like you have to choose one. You can choose multiple. And nobody would stop you. And every contribution is equally valuable. So think about it like, if I'm a developer and I develop and test, I do both of the contributions are equally counted and marked as valuable by Fedora project. And to give you an context, this is the slide that you see on the screen right now. That's the slide for developers and packages who would like to maintain this very good .rtm packages for your Fedora, and make sure that these packages are packaged well, they are working fine, whatever new happens comes to the new packages update and everything else. And anyone who is doing packaging communicates, or rather has, three ways they can go by. So the first thing first, every project in open source has what we call as contribution pathways. And this pathway is something that the project members create to give onboarding instructions to new contributors. And this is a very common practice. If you enter the IT world as a student, if you're doing internship or you're doing full time, you would usually find a new hire orientation for yourself whenever you join a new company. It's the same way when someone joins Fedora, we have a set of instructions for them, right? For them to follow and get up to speed with what we are doing. And these instructions are basically summed up as a part of something called documentation, right? And then that's exactly where everything is kept, right? You need to go search for them, read about them, understand how we are taking things forward. So for developers, if you are willing to build the operating system, which is, by the way, a collection of a lot of RPM packages put together, you can actually start building your own RPM packages. And the way you are supposed to do it has been documented on docs.fedoraproject.org again. Now, most importantly, like I said, right, 70% of the entire contribution is people and communications. That's very important for any open source project, or for that matter, project to sustain. Communication plays a really, really, really big part. And the way we communicate is we communicate via email list, and we communicate via IRC. And the way you are gonna go about doing that is you have a dev list for developers, a test list for testers, design list for designers, and a IRC for any asynchronous communications that you have. Now, keep in mind, you don't have to memorize any of these links. The QR code would point you to the actual link. So, if you want, just, scan the QR code, take a photo of it, visit it whenever you want. That's the whole idea. That's the whole structure. Next few slides, we're going to talk about how we do it. So that's for developers. Now come back to a very important part of, life cycle of a project. If anything new comes up, we need a new design. And we need a new design which works perfectly on a phone and a laptop. Anyone who is having 4 screens, a 2K screen, a 4K screen, a 5K TV, right? And everybody wants to have the design scalable. And for that, we have a design team. And design team's work is to design wallpapers, to design assets like your badges, your contributions, your contribution portfolios, your onboarding guides, everything. That's the part of the design team. To work or to sustain Fedora project, Fedora design team and the badges team work together to deliver a seamless experience towards the new set of designs that comes every time with a new release. That's the work of Fedora design team. If you are a designer willing to work on project, you can go out and see what's open for you in the tracker that is mentioned in the link. So we keep every single thing as a part of a tracker, and tracker is basically like this GitHub instance where we have issues. So you go ahead over there, you find whatever you want to, or you want to work on, something looks nice, something you want to do, you come back, you look at the communication channels, you communicate with the people, and you figure out if they are going to help you. In 80% of the chances, they are going to help you, and you are going to get started with your first contribution. Now, a very important part of a lot of people when they start with open sources, everyone wants to write code, and the problem is the code is so big that if you start looking at the code base, you're probably going to get lost. And that is exactly why we have, we focus, or we actually ask a lot of our contributors to look at the documentations, the release notes, and figure out where they're most comfortable contributing. Not everybody wants or can be a packager the first day, but that is not something they should consider when they're starting to contribute to open source. Because when I look at Fedora project, first contribution be it a docs contribution, a design contribution, QA contribution, or a development contribution. Everything counts as same. That's your first step. And the first step always matters the most. The way that we go about doing is we send people usually to a Fedora doc and we help them understand what are different areas you can contribute to. Like everything else is linked back to docs, so they go ahead and they figure out where they want to actually fit in. And then we start talking about them to different channels and different members who are then going to onboard them to the project. So documentation and technical writing is one of the most common areas everybody should start with. It's easy to understand, easy to interpret. It's a very simple way to even learn Git because you need Git to edit documents. So you can sharpen your Git skills along with it. And moving on to something important. Now, when you have documentation now, most of the documentation is English, but there are countries which don't actually use English every day. And that's exactly where this team of translators come into picture. So a lot of people who use open source project or use any software want the software to be translated into multiple languages. And the way they want to do it is by enabling these two teams called translators and internationalization team, or IAT, right? And then they have their own tracker. So if you want to be a translator, you know your regional language pretty well. You want to translate. You're learning Japanese, or you're learning French, or you're learning Espanol. You want to translate some of these documentation into those. Go ahead, hit the tracker, find something that you want to do, and see how you can contribute. That's another way you can get started. Now, the most important part is, all of us kind of know what a feature is going to give us as an outcome, and that as an outcome is going to be the important thing to learn. So if I know my code is going to run and give me a specific output, I would basically go ahead and test if that code is giving me that output. If it does, then I would probably say this code works fine, right? Not getting into details of code quality, but that is another way you can start it. You look at end-to-end features of an operating system and you test them. That's the work of my team, which is the quality assurance team. And our work is to test entirety of Fedora, the servers, the containers, the KDE, the GNOME, and everything you name it inside, right? And we help contributors, or we enable contributors to go ahead and take part in this thing called test days. They are very easy to get started. Contact me if you want. After that, my email is literally on the footer. So, contact me if you want to get started. We have a test days lined up from 7th till 19th of this month. And it's a very seamless way to get started on open source. You can learn a lot about what new features are coming in. If you have a YouTube channel, you want to start a YouTube channel, you want to start something, this is the best way to test a feature, actually post a video of that testing on your YouTube channel that can make you somewhat like a distro reviewer, which a lot of people are doing these days. There are endless possibilities if you want to get started with QA. And we usually communicate using the test list and the IRC. So, feel free to join them and ask questions if you have any. And finally, we have outreach. And this is exactly what I'm doing today. We are trying to grow this outreach team who would go out, speak about Fedora, talk about Fedora, establish the long-term strategy that we have, and more importantly, give you this this feedback about what's new in the project, how are we moving towards the project. And we have something called a Fedora Ambassadors program, which is shaping up really nice, and it's going to launch somewhere end of September. So, if you're someone who does public speaking, wants to actually do a lot of public speaking, reach out to me again. I will be able to point you guys to Fedora Outreach, and then we can actually go ahead and plan events in your local communities, the local Linux groups, containers, like the Docker groups, and we can actually collaborate and make something like a full day event or something at a college or any virtual event as well. And with that, we are ending the presentation. I hope this gave you some idea of the ways you can start with open source. And I'm open to question from here on.
Right. Thank you so much, Sumantro, for bringing that part up. I means I always wonder that how you do all these things. But having said that, our audiences are quite excited, but we have a very limited time, so we'll try to answer as much as questions they have for you. But first of all, my foremost question is how your day is going on. Are you liking the Prayas environment, and
Yeah.
how do you feel about that?
I mean, now this is something very interesting. I have been trying to establish the open source student community bridge for a really long time, and since you guys have actually done it the right way, this is actually very inspiring for everybody who is attending this now, and probably will also be seeing this sometime later, to actually get the entire knowledge of bringing the industry experts together and understanding what's going to be the next, uh, you know, course of action for them.
And I guess this is not me or the team hustlers who has brought in. This is because of support of every one of you, the guest speakers that we have, all the live viewers who are helping us and enriching our knowledge and pushing us hard. So that's the whole part that we are able to put across. So let's try to answer a few of the questions. So Shlok has one question. Quickly, we'll try to answer them up. Sir, but contributing to the docs, we should have a good knowledge about the tech stack, right, sir? If I'm not mistaken. Any thoughts on that, Sumatra?
Yes. So first part, yes, if you want to contribute to the docs, you can write very small how-to guide. Like for example, Fedora doesn't ship with VLC. Now, if you can install a VLC from somewhere, like you can with the RPM package, you can write that up on how-to guide and then put it up on docs.fedoraproject.org. Now, imagine you would do the same thing for your, let's say, Medium post of how to install Fedora on something, right? Or rather, how to install VLC on Fedora on a Medium post, but that wouldn't get you the traction. If you contribute back to Fedora with the same guide, a million of users would get benefited from the same piece of documentation which you would be putting on your Medium, right? So not that you need the whole idea of tech stack, but if you want to start writing very small bits of documentation, like a part of a blog even, that would help millions of people, and you would get a lot of attention, get a lot of things put in your name as a result of that.
Right. So, and I also believe it's not about the tech stack. Contributing to the documentation or the docs can be your experience as well. If you
Exactly.
know how to demonstrate rightly procedure, which you rightly mentioned, that there will be different people across the globe who will be trying to install a package in a different fashion. So just do it. There is another question from Shlok who is saying, can you throw some light on testing when proposing a new idea or any suggestions to be specified on JBoss?
All right, so JBoss is not my suit, but still I'm going to take that. So if you are trying to throw, or rather test something on any open source project, right, there's going to be a tracker, the list of new features that's going to come, right? Find the tracker. Usually JBoss uses Jira as a tracker for all I know, right? And all you have to do is find the tracker, see the new features, install Whitefly, install dependencies, and figure out how you're going to go about it. But if you look at proposing a new feature, which is, I think, the second part of the question, when proposing a new idea for any organization, if you want to propose a thing, every organization works with a chain set. Fedora has its own chain set, and we actually open it up for contributors about a year ahead in time. So we are currently accepting chain set for F36, so which is 37, which is going to be like a year ahead from now, which is going to be October 2022 is when we are releasing 37. So we are still opened up for chain sets of 37, right? And now, if you are someone who is interested to propose an idea, figure out the chain set process of the particular organization, and then go ahead and propose a chain set.
Right. And just want to, like you just mentioned about the testing part, and you have been doing the quality engineering from quite long time. Shlok also want to ask, like, if you can like throw some light on like using JUnit testing or how to generate the test reports. Any just a
All
quick
right.
thought on that?
Sure. So couple of things. Most of these unit testing is done by the developers, and that's on the GitHub repo, right? So anything that you want to test, if they don't have an issue, I would recommend you highly to go on the IRC channel, ask them if they need a unit test for that particular thing. And if they're saying, yeah, you can contribute a unit test, go ahead and write a unit test and put it up on the GitHub, flag a pull request, and see how the community reacts. Remember, writing anything is always good. Communication is the key. And when you start doing both together, you become an open source contributor. You can do all the contributions, you can do all the writing in your own head. That's not the problem. You cannot, if you don't communicate, it's not going to ever be open sourced. And a lot of people mistake this because a lot of people try to solve. We have this new thing called, or rather, very old thing called find a cure for your own itch, which is how Linux Torvalds developed Git and Linux and so on, other things. He's tried to fix his own itch with a thing of his own. Now, thing is, that is still the core sentiment. If you find a unit test missing, and if you find this is important, there's likely that everybody is missing that unit test. It's just that nobody wants to write it at this point. So go ahead, if you have time, communicate and write it, right? You would be much appreciated going forward. But
Right.
yeah, that's
Okay.
how.
So thank you so much, Sumantro, for bringing that part up, and thank you so much, Shlok, for bringing that questions up. I hope that's the interesting part for hearing it from the viewers talking about Fedora. I hope you all enjoyed the learning process. That's the most important part that I always want you to learn more and more. If you want to connect to Sumantro, please go ahead and follow him on the Twitter. He's always up and ready to share his knowledge. And with that, let me bring the team hustlers back on the screen. Hey, Rishabh, anything that you want to add to my quotes, please?
Yeah, sir. Thank you, Sumodro sir, for this lovely session on Fedora. And I guess we are having a couple of videos on GSOC and other uh, as well on our channel also. And you can also check out Sumantro sir's channel as well. He's having a great knowledge, I would say. And the time I got interacted with Sumantro sir, I got full of knowledge on open source project. He's a very good person. You guys can connect it on Twitter, LinkedIn, and also on any other social media platform. We'll just give you in the chats. So once again, thank you, Sumantro sir, for this talk, uh, and thank you for being, taking your time out and being on Priyas as well.
Thank you, Rishabh, and thanks the entire Hustlers team. Keep hustling.
Right. So next up, we are having Ananya on the screen. So Ananya, what's next? Like the session is going really well, and I'm enjoying. From last 2.5 hours, we are live. Uh, so what do you think? Like, who is the next speaker? Uh, Ananya, I think your voice is not coming. So
Now is
that's
it
it.
audible?
Like, yeah. You are audible.
Okay, okay. So moving forward, I wanted to say that if there is one person who wants to become just like you or want to follow your path, make sure he or she don't regret that decision ever. With these, I welcome Kartike Sani, an associate software engineer at Teradata, and Anant Jakmola, DevOps intern at Grow. They will be giving a talk on learning skills the correct way. So over to them. Hello, Kartike.
Hi Ananya, hi Rishabh.
Hello,
So,
Hello.
hello.
all I would like to thank you, the Hustlers team, for inviting us for this talk, and it's really one of my very first time speaking at an event of this scale. So, thanks for that. Thanks for inviting us. And I'm
And
just
also
waiting.
wanted to welcome Anand Chakmola.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so I'm struggling with my laptop for now. So, so in case if my voice is not audible in between, just call me out. Okay.
So
So
over to you.
I hope my screen is being shared. Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, start
yes,
you.
share.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself and Anand for this session. So as already Ananya and Rishabh have mentioned that I am a associate software engineer at Teradata, but that's just my job profile. So, who am I actually? So, I am a recent graduate from a university, and I am, let's say, my tech stack would be I'm a cloud enthusiast who loves to work on the full stack side of the things, be it front end, back end, or deploying some things on the cloud. And let's say I'm a little bit of all the things. And for my friend Anand's introduction, well, he doesn't need any introduction because he's quite more popular than me in the student communities because of his active reach to the students. And he's a DevOps intern at Grow who likes to work on Linux and open source and pretty much everything. So let's say he's the go-to guy for any sort of guidance or any sort of troubles that I have. So, hi, hey Anand, I hope you're doing good.
Yeah, and thanks for redirecting all the people who are going to reach towards me. Okay.
Yeah. So our topic for today in the Prayas 2021 is learning skills the correct way. So we both decided to take this topic up because being a recent graduate, we both faced a lot of issues while learning anything new. And whilst we had a journey with lots of ups and downs, we found out new things and we discovered new facts about learning skills the correct way that we want to share with all of you present over here. So let's get started. So the very first thing that's really important is to know what the actual meaning of learning is. So before we want to start learning anything new, we want to know what learning actually means. So the essence of learning lies in knowing the why of things. This is a very, very important fact that most of us tend to overlook in the process of learning some things. We do not remember the fact that why we are learning anything. Or let's say if I want to learn a new technology or a new stack in the field of web development, or let's say in the field of machine learning or cloud, then most of us tend to forget that why do I need to learn those things in the first place? That's the most important question that we should be asking ourselves, that why do I need cloud? Why do I need machine learning models? Or why do I need to develop a website? So that's a very most important question that we all should be asking ourselves. And believe me, that helps a lot in answering our question, or it gives us a clarity on where to get started. Because that's how you actually start pick a point and get started learning towards those things. Because then you know that what your use cases actually are. Which brings me to my second point, which is finding use cases for the skills or technology that we wish to learn. It's a very, very important fact that me and my friend Anant learned the hard way. But when we learned this fact, this has been a very, very uplifting point for us that helped us a lot to grab new skills and learn new technologies to the very depth and to clear our concepts very thoroughly. So, what this actually means is, let's take an example. Let us suppose that I am working on a project, and that project requires me to share my project with someone who is on the other side of the world. Now the project resides in my laptop, and there are few ways that I can share my project with the other team. And one such way that most of us would be referring to is uploading the code on GitHub and asking them to check the code. But that's not an ideal case when it comes to some large projects, such as where the working is more critical and important to the end users. So, how are we going to do that? So, that is where the picture of cloud comes into play. Like we can deploy our project on the cloud and give us the endpoint or URL to the other team who's sitting on the other side of the world, and they can simply go ahead and check the URL, and they can go through our entire project without even having to go through the painstaking process of cloning the GitHub repository, dumping the code, setting up the servers, and many other things. So this is one of the use cases that inspired me to learn my cloud technologies. This is where I started learning about cloud. And one more example is that my friend Anant is a very big geek when it comes to hardware and other troubleshooting things. So he always used to find some or the other thing to, tweak some settings in the Linux to try out different things. And that is what he has been doing for the first 2 years of his college journey without even knowing why he was doing this. And when the actual thing that why he was doing such things came in his mind, believe me, he had a much better learning journey. And that's how he started growing in his technical stack. That's when he explored many different options once we have the use cases for any skills or technology. And the third point is which most of us would relate is that we need to stay away from comparing ourselves with others. As Soumya mentioned in the earlier session, that we should all be like a fingerprint that have their own unique mark on the world. So that's how I'm going to relate it with this analogy that no two fingerprints are same, and so are no two people in the world. So whatever works for someone else may or may not work for you. So we need to identify and find our own sweet spot for learning and our own journey for learning, no matter what anyone else is doing, because you all are different from one another in your own unique way, and so are your journeys going to be. For some, it's going to be an easy way going down learning something, and for some of us, it's going to be really hard. But that does not make our journey any more different. So that is what I'm going to mention, that we should stop comparing ourselves with others and rather focus on growing ourselves as an individual. So the next very important approach when learning any new skill or technology is project-based learning. This is something which I actually believe in, and this is something which I have actually tried it out on multiple occasions, and I have seen it work flawlessly. So what's project-based learning? Let's get started with this thing. So start with the basic projects that gives you a hands-on on the technology that you're working with. So a basic project can be as simple as making a calculator in any language, let's say Java, C, C++, Python, or even web languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Node.js, and other. So these simple projects will actually give you a hands-on on how the languages actually work. So you can get started on how IO or input output works in different languages. How do you do some mathematical calculations, or let's say logical part of the application? And it really gives you a boost up when it comes to started learning any new tool or technology. So basic projects are something that you can either find a list on the internet, or you can also have some of ideas of your own. So let's say that in very first or second year of our college, I also had an idea about developing a Facebook clone, like the Facebook login page clone. So that was a very basic project, and that is how I got started into web development actually. So when I developed that Facebook login page, it really gave me a kind of a morale boost that, yeah, now I can do something. And then we can gradually start working on a different complexity project. Like, let's say we can start working on login sign up page that has an actual working backend that will give you an idea about how the servers work, how the databases are connected to the servers for different transactions, or how you're going to deploy your projects on the cloud, and different. There are many more things that can be done in this medium to, let's say, advanced stage of the project. So it's not that you have to be an expert in just a day or just a month. So it's more about the experience that you have working with any language that is more important rather than the time you have been working with it. So in a month, I can work on one project and still be less experienced, and I can in a month I can have two or more projects and I can be more experienced with those projects, because every project will bring with itself a different set of challenges and a different set of problems for you. So the second point which I would like to mention is that choosing different projects that have some real life applications or solve some real world challenges. So this is a very critical topic, or this is a very critical point which is being realized by many students out here in especially the recent times, in the COVID times, when there have been many virtual hackathons and more students could have been a part of it. And then they realized that these hackathons are really important when it comes to project based learning, because they give you a real life challenge that needs to be solved. So that's how you improve your analytical and, let's say, the approach towards working on any challenge. And trust me, it's one of the best ways to get started when you are working on some, let's say, medium to hard level projects which have too many parts in them. And the third most important point is collaborating with different people, both experienced and new, for different projects. And this is something that I live by, because collaboration has been a very important part of my growth and my friend Anand's growth as well, because we have collaborated on different projects which have given us an insight into what all things that we have missed out. Let us say that someone is working in the field of mobile application development, and you are working on, let's say, machine learning. So you can collaborate with them to help them improve their own project, and you both can have a very good learning experience working with each other. That's how you learn teamwork. That's how you learn collaborating skills. And that's how you improve your communication skills when you work with different people on different projects and you share your ideologies with them. So, this is something which I think every student who's, let it be in first year or let it be in fourth year, should actually be more focused on collaborating with different people. And it doesn't have to be someone who's your age or who's younger than you or who's older than you. They can be anyone who have been working in that domain or who have some experience working with those projects. So that's all about project based learning. Now, this is a very interesting topic that I would like my friend Anand to discuss this with you. So, Anand, you can go ahead and elaborate on this one.
I guess I'm audible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So first of all, like, why did I choose this slide? So there is a very deep meaning, because that purchase in Vesa double, that scheme is something which we, like, me and Karthik used to hear a lot in our colleges, like, do this, or do this, or refer someone, or do this thing, and you'll get this much thing. Okay, so this, like, it was in terms of financial thing, although we don't have any financial issues, but still we used to hear it a lot from the people. And another thing is, like, uh, after graduating in 2021, like in this year only. Okay, I'm a product of COVID. uh, so I came to realize one thing, that we as a student, like, are more focused on finding the easiest solution possible in the market. So whosoever is selling that particular solution to us, we will buy that, even if it is free. Okay, first of all, like, nothing is free in this world. You are investing your time somewhere. Even if you are watching a YouTube, or you're watching us or watching any other person, you are investing your time. So basically it is not free. You are giving your time away. Like, the thing which strike me the most, that you know there are so many things, like, for example, because me and Karthik are from technical background. So, like, there's a term, like, there's not term, DSA, data structures and algorithm. So the thing is, like, if you search best DSA course, or if you search DSA, you'll find that, okay, learn DSA in 30 minutes, or learn Git in 30 minutes, or do this in 20 minutes. Okay, so what I believe, that these kind of things are not something you should look out for. Okay, these are just to kill your time, or, like, I would say, these kind of videos are made when a particular person has some experience in that background, and after that you are going for a quick revision. Okay, because all the good things are going to take time. As Karthik already mentioned, that some will take less time, some will take more time. In my condition, it took more. In his condition, it took a little less. Okay, and also we did the learning the very, very hardest way possible, and we don't suggest anyone to do that. Okay, and the thing is, like, the consistency is the key. Not that 25 दिन में पैसा double वाली scheme, but the consistency of doing something. Okay, consistency of believing of in what you are doing. That consistency I'm talking about. So just I would like to say that don't go for those kind of shortcut, okay, which are luring you. Okay, the social media distractions. uh, Work on yourself, and be consistent on what you're doing. So Karthik, I guess we can move to the next slide. Okay, so uh, this is something which came up to my mind when I was watching Kota Factory 2 like teaser. I think you must have watched it. So like सवाल लेट पूछा तो सवाल गलत हो जाता है क्या? uh, I realized, I remember that once, I guess Kartik was also there. I asked one of my teachers a question, and like, I don't want to say this, but like that teacher was pretty much overconfident on his skills. So I just asked him randomly one question, and he was not able to answer. So, but although the question was like correct, he was not able to answer. That was his fault. I'm not like, it happens with anyone. But again, that thing happened after 5 minutes. I again asked him a question, and he was not able to answer. And the third time, I was out of the class. So I would say that the question was still correct, but the teacher took it on his ego and just show me the gate that okay, you can go out. I would like to say that that there is no such thing as a stupid question, and there is no age barrier of asking any type of question, because uh, I'm into student community. Me and Gaurav sir are like a student community quite a bit, so I think he also gets this type of question that, I mean, sometimes it happens that people don't ask the question which they want to ask, and instead of asking the right question, they tend to modify the question, with respect to another terms. So I would say that don't do this. Okay, what will happen is that what you want to convey, we will not get it, or anyone can will not get it. Try to be as clear as possible with what you want to ask, and just ask, because और लाइक तुम्हारा पे कट नहीं होगा उससे, तुम्हारी सैलरी नहीं कटेगी बिकॉज तुम्हें कुछ मिल नहीं रहा है. एंड सेकेंड, इफ इट इज अ डम क्वेश्चन, सो हु केयर्स, लाइक everyone will forget it, if even if it's a dumb question. And yes, like, it's never too late to ask, start asking questions. Like, you can ask any question at any moment of time. It shows that you are paying attention to the things you are listening. It shows that you are paying attention to the things you are watching. So just ask. Karthike, can we move to the next slide?
Yeah.
Okay, this is something I would like to take Karthike, because we both have experienced this thing, but I think Karthike would be a better person because he gets a lot of these questions.
Yeah, so this is something that I believe most of us must have faced, be it Anand or the student community out here, or Ananya and Rishabh, or even Gaurav sir must have experienced it in some point in his technical journey. So tutorial hell is something that I would describe is that in this today's 21st century, there's too much information out there. You just browse for one topic and you'll find plenty of resources, be it on YouTube, Udemy, Udacity, Coursera, or there are n number of platforms you can find uh, various tutorials on different topics. But there's a difference between information and a right set of information. As for an instance, like most of us must be knowing, but for those who don't know, that on Wikipedia, the information can be edited by anyone who has access to that page. So how do we trust the legibility or the credibility of that information? So that is what I meant when it comes to tutorial hell, that there are hell lot of tutorials out there in the market for any resources. You pick it up, you name one resource, and I'll tell you n number of resources out there. So what you need to do is you have to be aware of what is correct and what is incorrect. So as Anant rightly mentioned that you are there before you know it, and it's something that it's not in our control, because when we are learning anything new, we are totally beginner to that particular topic, and we cannot correctly identify what sort of information is correct and what sort of information is incorrect. So one key pointer here to distinguish between such resources is by making sure that how much concepts you're able to grab through it. And I believe that any technology can be learned in a matter of seconds, or in a matter of hours, or in a matter of days. It only depends upon how much importance or how much in-depth knowledge that you want to have in that particular topic. So know your basics before you are going forward for any particular topic. Let's say I am sorry. So many a times I've been asked questions that, Bhaiya, I want to learn about web development. So where do I start? So there are n number of tutorials, and where people would do something like they would start with React and Angular JS and Node.js and these all things, and when they don't even know the basics of HTML and CSS. So that is what you need to identify, that what are the basics first, and you can always find the content for any tutorials out there, and you can always compare the content that where you're being taught the basics and what are the advanced level stuff that you are being taught. So you have to identify these tutorials on the basis of their complexity, like go for the easy ones first, then go for the medium levels ones where you get more of a hands-on experience. And it's not just all about watching some few hours of video and saying that you have learned those technologies. No, that's totally incorrect. And I would definitely be assured that many of the industry people would agree with it, that watching just a few hours of some videos or completing one course on any platform is not sufficient to say that you have learned any technology or any skill. It actually requires some time and dedication towards it. And by time and dedication, I mean lots of hands-on on this. It's not that you have learned how to write a hello world program on Python in the video and you still don't know how the print statement works in Python. And trust me, when you actually get hands on, get on doing hands on, you face a lot more troubles than you will actually find on those tutorials, because most of those are edited according to the user requirements, and they mostly don't ever include the error messages or something like that. There are very few tutorials that actually resolve the error live on the video when they face it. So those are the resources that I believe to be the most trustworthy, because then I know that I'm not the only one who's facing this issue. And even if I face the issue, then I know how to resolve it, because that other person helped me to do so. And that is where I get a confidence that yes, I can do something. Because there was a time in my journey as well where there were some errors that I could not solve for days, and that actually ended up demotivating me from pursuing that. But nonetheless, it's not about giving up too soon or giving up early. But the point here is that there are a lot of tutorials out there, and you need to stay aware of what you are studying or what you are learning information from. So let's move on to the next part, the very interesting part.
My
Anand,
favorite one.
yeah,
Okay, so already like most of the things I know that you people are thinking that why did I mention that certificates are not certifications, because I've been listening to this term, and I've been my LinkedIn is filled with this kind of things. So what I want to ask you people that what do you think certification is? Okay, what do how do you define a term certification? Because certificate is something which I can attend by attending any type of meetup also, but When it comes to certification, you have to appear for the exam, you have to sit there for 2 hours or 3 hours, you have to, you know, prepare just like your, college exams or school exams, okay, which are time bound. You have to be there, okay. You have to probably you have to solve that particular error, you have to solve that issue. After that you will be given marks, and after that you will be certified if you pass, the margin. Let's say if there's an exam for 300 marks and the margin is 220 marks, you have to pass that 220 marks margin. After that you will be, considered a certified person. But when it comes to certificate, uh, it is quite simple. Like, I can go to Udemy, I can buy any course, and I can just do, next and last. Like, I can skip it to the last and next, and like I'll get the certificate because it is a course completed certificate. It is not certification. So keep in mind while you post, and keep in mind while you say you are certified. If you have no certification, I don't think we should call ourselves certified also. For me, I'm not certified. Karthike, he's certified in, different cloud domains like AWS, Oracle, Azure as well. I'm not certified. I don't mention it. And another thing is, like, training and internships are not same. Okay. What I mean by this term is, like, internships are something where you contribute to a project that solves the real life problem of people. Okay. Be it in any way possible. Okay. Training is something where you pay, many times you pay to get trained on that particular tech or technology, and then you make some project which is not impacting any user unless or until it is deployed by somewhere or used by some set of people. That is training. So I think, like, that makes it pretty much clear that internship is something where you create, learn, and grow, and also you earn some money, okay, as a stipend. That thing is internship. Training is something where you mostly pay to learn things. Okay, so don't mix up both the things. And third thing, which I learned the hard way, because uh, like, not everyone can understand from the same teacher. Okay, because people will say, or, like, our friends used to say that this teacher is very good, or this online instructor is very good. You can learn things from here. Like, for example, DSA. Okay, you can learn DSA from here. Okay, so I invested my time and I tried to learn from that thing, believing that other people also learned. Okay, and so I'll be able to learn from this particular teacher. But no, it didn't happen. Okay, I had to, switch to different teacher, and from that to different teacher, from that to different teacher, like, unless I found the best teacher suitable according to me. From that day, like, those concepts which were pending for a long time, you know they were cleared. And fourth is, DSA is not necessary, not is cut if you pay attention. DSA is necessary because, let me tell you a thing. Okay, uh, you people are doing engineering, and I quote, I don't quote, like, I say, many people, that there's a difference between BTech and engineering. Okay, engineer is someone who tries to find a solution every time. He gets stuck somewhere, or he finds some problem. He does not care about that the money he will be getting. He does not care about uh, how hard it is. Okay, he just tries to solve the problem, and that matters, and that is what makes that a particular person an engineer. BTech is something you are doing as a course. Okay, so don't mix up both the things. You are doing BTech in computer science and engineering. Okay, that is your subject. But when you start doing the actual engineering, you start finding the actual problems. You start solving the actual problems. It is not. It is beyond the scope of BTech. Like, it took us 2 years to learn about this thing. But, and as far as the DSA is goes, because you are doing engineering, so it is, DSA is like fundamentals of computer science. So what I believe, that maybe you are not the master of, or, data structures, but you can learn data structure, you can understand data structure. We are not saying you to master something and, just go and tell people that I can code and I'm the best coder in the world. No, if you are good with the concepts, that's great. Final point, Karthikeya.
Yeah, this is a very good point that I have been trying to make many people understand who have always approached me with some sort of guidance or anything. So identifying your strengths and passion is equally important uh, as learning any new skill or technology or doing anything in life, because I believe that there is no such thing as a perfect or a perfection. Nobody is perfect in a domain, or let's say a skill, or let's say a technology. There's no such thing as a perfection because there's always room for more. This technical domain is one of the fastest growing domains in the world, and I believe that in the blink of an eye, there's new information available out there which you may have not learned in your journey of acquiring that skill. So be open minded about accepting that thing that you are not perfect in anything. So you'll have to accept that, and that is how you'll eventually start growing when you actually start focusing on learning more and gaining more information rather than treating yourself as a perfect or Mr. or Miss Perfectionist, that I'm a perfect or I'm a master of this domain. And by this point, identifying your strengths and passion is equally important. What I mean is that just because someone else is doing something, and or let's say if one particular technical domain or one particular skill, or let's say a technical stack is popular in the market, or it's quite around in the talks in the market, that does not mean that you have to go and learn it because everyone is talking about it. I mean, you can go ahead and learn it if you are interested about it, or if that is something that aligns with your career goals or something else. But doing something just for the sake of being in let's say, what is that term which we mean to say, be a part of a group, if you understand what I mean by that. So it is not important if you have no knowledge about a particular domain or not, but it's more important that you be open minded and acceptable about things, and learn whatever you don't know about it. So that is where your strengths and passions come to picture, because I strongly believe that you can always earn money, but following your passion is more important. And this is a very beautiful lesson which I learned from none other than Gaurav Sharma sir, and our hustlers who, despite being junior to us in the college, are doing wonderfully well with their channel, and today they are hosting this amazing event which I am very honored to be a part of. So following your passion and working on your strength is something that I would recommend to anyone who would start learning anything new. So this is so everyone must be knowing that tomorrow is Teachers' Day, and we will not be delivering a session tomorrow. Not me and Anand especially. There will be many other mentors present there, but this is something that we would like to mention on the occasion of Teachers' Day, that a teacher is great, but a mentor is what you need. This is a very, very deep sentence that not everyone can understand on the first go. And it also took us quite some time to understand this, but this is something that you all need to understand. A teacher is great, but a mentor is what you need. So, Anand, would you like to add something to this? Especially, I think you would have something to contribute to this.
Okay, so during my engineering, okay, I would say that there were many mentors. Okay, I wouldn't say teachers. Okay, just hear me out. Okay, I would say there were many mentors who guided me from starting from the first year. There were many seniors who were mentors. Like I would also give a special shout out to Ashish Varchne and Avinash, Kumar Singh, Adhar Bansal. Like these were the people who mentored us. Okay, and these were the people who were our seniors as well. So I am in the DevOps field because of Ashish Bhaiya. Okay, maybe like Kartike, there was someone, maybe Kartike, you know, got mentorship from, and there were many teachers also who mentored me. Okay, uh, I would say if there is like, oh, first of all, like if you know what you want to become, because I was pretty much sure that I want to go in the Linux domain. I want to work as a DevOps engineer. So I found a person who was already working, or who was, you know, who was thriving, who wanted to achieve that thing. I went to that person. I looked at him, and I found that how much that person is, you know, working hard. कि कितनी मेहनत करी जा रही, like कितनी मेहनत कर रहा है वो इंसान जैसा तुम बनना चाहते हो. Okay. After that, at that moment, I realized that this is something I want to do. This is the hard work I can put. Okay. This this is the amount of faith I am having in myself. Okay. That is how you get, you know, mentor. Okay. Teacher can tell you that, okay, this you can do this or this or this or this. And there are many students who are under a teacher. But for a mentor, there can be two students, three students, like not a class of 60 students. Okay, you can get mentorship from a single person, multiple people, you know, tens or hundreds of people, but as an individual. Okay, not in a collaboration. Like, person will not come to a class, in a class of, okay, let's say there's a batch of 60 students. A person will come to your class and he taught you something. That is a teacher. But there will be one or two students who will get constantly get knowledge from that particular person, even if he teaches them or not. For them, he is the mentor. So know the difference between like the teacher and the mentor. And not everyone can be your mentor. Not everyone can choose to mentor you. This is something you need to keep in mind.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Anant on this one that a teacher is great, but a teacher will deliver you knowledge and will always help you out when it comes to knowledge. But a mentor is someone who's going to actually guide you down your entire journey towards success, or let's say your any goal that you have in life. So it's very important that you have a mentor, but I would also like to point out that in the recent times, it's been observed that there are many people out there who, in the name of mentorship, like they become overly obsessed with what they do, and they start uh, like, let's say, disagreeing to other communities or other domains, or let's say other students out there. So it's like it's up to your intelligence that if you want to follow a mentor, but it's equally important that you have your mind open to how you are being mentored. So a mentor can give you a guidance, but is that guidance correct or incorrect is totally up to you to understand, and that is what is going to make a difference in the life by finding out the correct mentor for yourself. So the second point I would like to add on is that anyone can get knowledge from books or internet. See, it's an open world in the 21st century, and as I already mentioned, there are tons of resources you can find for any particular domain. But knowledge from others' experience is what makes a difference when it comes to actually learning something, which Anant already mentioned that he learned from his seniors. And I also learned from some of my seniors and some from Gaurav sir, and some I'm even learning some things today from our juniors as well, from the hustlers as well. They've taught me that following your passion is very important, and you can do it no matter what your age is. So, and also, there's one thing that many of us are shy enough that we don't contact, or we don't communicate with other people in the industry who are actually working in that domain. But this is something that Gaurav sir taught us very well, that sending out in just a small text message to someone, asking them for their help and guidance, will definitely help you out in the long run. And believe me, there are people out there like Gaurav sir, Sumantra sir, and many more. people who are more than happy to help you at any point of time in the day. And this has been one of my personal experiences when I asked something from Gaurav sir, and he definitely explained it to me without even making me feel that he's a very experienced person and I'm just a college student. But that was something which really encouraged me to be more interactive and more open towards the community and asking questions and asking help from other people who have actually worked in the domain. So this is what I would like everyone to understand and to incorporate in their life if they can. So Anant, you were trying to mention something.
Yeah, I was just saying that if you have a mentor, okay, the thing is the previous like before some previous slide there was a slide which said that never hesitate to ask question. So even if you ask a silly question to your mentor, he will try to answer it in the best way possible, or if he don't know the answer, he will try to point that question to point you in a direction where you can find that particular answer. He won't say that I don't have time. Like, I don't think any mentor or any person who mentor student does it. Even my mentors never did it. Like Gaurav never did it. So Mantra sir never did it. They might be late, but they will answer.
Yeah, absolutely correct. So this is what all was about mentorship, and this is something that me and Anant have been emphasizing quite a lot, and we have been this to anyone who approaches us ever, that don't quit after listening to what others are saying. This is we believe that very important to highlight. We thought that it was self understood fact that we don't have to quit after listening to what others are saying, but after listening to multiple people getting demotivated or let's say disoriented from their path after seeing what others were doing, I we believe that this was very important that we bring it up today. That I mentioned earlier that Soumya had presented a beautiful point that we all are like a fingerprint who have their own unique mark in the world. So that's what I would like to reiterate, that all of us are different and unique in our own good ways. And whatever anyone else is doing, you don't have to quit uh, after what listening to what others are saying. Let them be a master of their own journey and you handle your own journey. Maybe you can have something which they don't have, which does not make your journey less important or their journey more important. Everyone has their own set of skills and good things about them, and that's what more important is to focus on your personal growth. And yeah, never quit after listening to what others are saying, because the world will keep throwing stones at you. You just have to keep working on yourself and picking up those stones and building your own castle. So that was quite a lot. So Anand, would you like to add something to this?
Okay. Like there is not much to add. I think like if people sit for 5 minutes and think at what they are doing with their lives and what they want to achieve, are they doing it the correct way? Are they following the right path? Okay, or uh, do they believe in themselves? The main question is, do they believe in themselves what they are doing? So I think that if they think about this type of question, then I think that this thing will be pretty much clear to them. To anyone, like if you can spend 5 minutes, you can. Like, we spent 2 years on this, so basically, yeah, you can spend five.
Yeah. So I think that's all about our learning skills the correct way. So we'll have some Q&A. If anyone wants to ask something, they can go ahead and
Ah,
definitely ask us about themselves.
thank you, Anant and Kartike. Thank you for pointing me out that we were late. But let me tell you, all viewers, we used to get late because they take us for so granted that they even ping us on night 2 p.m., 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. So you can understand the passion, right? So they have get the access to our like WhatsApp and everything because I don't treat them as my juniors or colleagues or friends. They are the family members, Anant, Kartikeya, and the hustlers, and many others. So definitely, family members have those rights to take it up. But before we jump onto the live Q&A, Kartikeya, Anant, what I want to reiterate, and if I have to summarize the 1 hour conversation that you guys had, is that no one is to blame for your future situation but yourself. If you want to be successful, then become successful, right? Means who is stopping you? You made very, very great points in between. Trust me, like you talk about the certification, if you talk about the tutorials hell, or if you talk about your journeys, how you started up, you talk about the essay point, or you talk about making the projects, or many other talkative points, talking about the right mentorship. Thanks for the spoiler alerts that yes, tomorrow is teachers day and I'm going to take that session up. But thank you so much for bringing those pointers up. But really, really, I guess in the beginning, Imran sir also mentioned that point that if you want to be successful, 99% is not the choice. You have to make it 100%. And recently, I have been hearing this a lot part that I have a dream, I have this dream, I have that dream. Man, you look the dream to fulfill your unwilling desires. I always say to all of you, and even especially to Anand Kartike, Hustler, and all the live viewers, build your aim, because that is what you are going to achieve. Don't build dreams. Dreams are okay, you sleep, you see it, whatever it is. Build a goal, build an aim that you want to achieve. That's the most important part, right? So thank you so much, Anant and Karthike. We won't let you go. We have a lot of questions that are pending up in the chat. So first question coming up from Shlok. He's just asking that I had a question that I'm currently in third year, and my seniors who have passed out from the college are telling me that now there is no more time to explore. So what's your suggestion for the same? Is it the right, or there is still that we can explore new things and learn them? Your both take on this.
Yep, I would like to say that Shlok, that this is something that me and Anand both can relate to it, because since we went on a very long internship in our second year, so we missed out on a lot of chance to explore new things, and we had to start very late. As a matter of fact, towards the end of third year, we started learning new things. So my take on this would be that there's no time, or there's no age you can learn new things. You can still be 60 years old and learn new things.
Right.
So there's no correct time for learning anything. It's just that you need the passion, the motivation, and the drive to do so.
Absolutely. Anand, what do you want to add there?
Okay. Uh, Actually, the question is quite like simple, but the question is quite deep, because this is the same question which many people are going to ask and will continue to ask for maybe like eternity. But okay, I would say first of all, block those seniors. Uh, take care, because like no, like they are not going to define who you are and what you are going to become. Okay, it is your action, it is your practices, it is your habits which are going to define you. So, and stop asking validation from those people that is it the right time to do this or not. If you have decided, okay, I'm going to do this, तो कर दो ना, मतलब क्या ही दिक्कत,
Right.
do it.
As I rightly
Just
said,
go
if you
for
want to be successful, you can. So,
yeah.
right. Okay, so let's take another question coming from Rishita. Rishita is asking question: what would you suggest to a first year CSE student? Should we start exploring different languages or to stick on one and explore it deeply? I guess you both guys have spent a lot of time. So, what is your take
Okay,
on this?
Karthik.
So, Rishita, this is something that I would like to highlight quite a bit. So, as a first year student, my recommendation to you would be that explore as much as you can, because first year is the time that we have a lot of time on our hands, and we don't have too much pressure, be it related to resume, projects, internships, placements, and other things. So we can have ample amount of time to explore different things and see what works out for us. It's not that you have to restrict yourself to one language or one domain and just keep working it to for the end towards the end of your college journey. No, you can pick up multiple things on your journey and start working on those. So as a first year student, you can definitely explore out multiple options and see what all options are you passionate about. Then in the second year, you can actually start working on those, building some projects or contributing to open source as well in those particular domains, or let's say learning in depth about it. And then for third year, you can also go for the internships at in those particular domains. So that's how it should be.
Anant,
First,
anything you want
first,
to add?
first year is I believe first year is the time when you should be exploring, because not, I would say, like, not go for some outing or something. That is up to you. That is your personal choice. I'm just saying explore in terms of tech. If you are doing engineering, or should I say, if you are doing BTech, then also then you can do anything. Like there is no problem. But if you are doing engineering, I would say like explore as much as you can. Like I explored like almost 10 to 15 tech when I was in my first year. By the time I get my, in my second year, I was pretty much clear that what are the things I want to eliminate. Like for example, machine learning, because that is not my cup of tea, so I eliminated it, that I'm not going to do. So if I eliminate machine learning, data science is also gone. So if someone asks me that can you comment on data science or machine learning, no, I cannot, because that is not my tea, that is not my, I cannot do it. I'm not the right person, so I redirect them to another person. So in first year you will be able to explore many things, but also there is a pressure of studies. And I know how, and obviously you also know how to take care of it now after COVID. So explore as much as you can. Like even we are exploring now, me, Karthik, and Gaurav sir as well, because it is not
No.
easy to be RSCA level 20,
Uh,
what, like 18.
Whatever it is, no worries. Means what I also believe, and I also specifically want to comment on this point, is that I don't know how people decide that they can do one language or one thing at their first year of their college. No, even I should say till your fourth year, like seventh and eighth semester, keep exploring. Keep one side on your bucket that okay, this is something that I'll follow it completely throughout, but on the other side keep exploring something new, because what happens is that you saw one trend today that will become viral and you start following it. Another day another viral thing will come, another day another viral will come. Like you remember that social media incident when the slay point commented with Binod, everyone was singing on Binod, Binod, Binod. And even it reaches to certain extent that Diljit Dosanjh also featured him in one of the song where guy came up with the white t-shirt writing Binod on it. Now, where it is? No more in the existence. So, that is the what we say, Bhati Ganga mein haath dhona. The trend is going on, just wash your hand and go. I don't know how
FOMO.
many of you have seen this news of Tech Valley, is that Amazon's new CEO has announced 55,000 new job openings within this September. So by 15th of September, we are having 55,000 in Amazon opening through these job fairs. you know Now people will start talking about cloud, 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 cloud. Reason being, Amazon has pulled it up. You can easily see on the social media trends, like you can see on LinkedIn. I'm not criticizing someone. What I want to make a point is that everybody has started posting about the Google swags they are receiving, and then there will one people will come who wants to take the credit that, hey, you don't do this because this is something rubbish. On the other hand, in his previous days, he was one of those who was aspiring to be Google, but he didn't get accepted at Google, so he started blaming it. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you are a fresher, if you are a beginner, explore the things like Anant and Karthike did their sayings in their entire presentation, that this is something we love, this is something we hate, this is what our experience is all about. They didn't pinpointed any organization, they didn't pinpointed any technology specifically. They said that I don't like it, so that's my objective. It's up to you, you want to take it or not. I don't love coding. That doesn't mean that coding is not a successful career choice. Yes, it is. But when I decided, Anand just rightly said, when you decided, I don't give a shit, that I don't care. Whatever is going to happen, I have taken that decision. I have taken that ownership that yes, I'll make my life successful with my these decisions. And one point I remember while we are talking about this point, you made this statement in your one of your presentation point where you said everything which is free is not valuable. People share the things because they think that when we will share free, people will be a tendency of people will come to us will be more and more. That is not correct. That is absolutely not correct. Something which is freely available doesn't mean that it is also good, it is great. Talk to your mentors, talk to your seniors, talk to your fellow mates. I should not say don't talk to your fellow mates, because if somebody is following that, he will simply advise you. Talk to somebody senior who is not in that genre. You also need to have an outside perspective, right? And that's why we say it's about the one world and one community. Try to connect on Slack, try to connect on Discord. Many social media channels are there. Chirag also made a right statement. Don't go here and there searching for the content. Stick to one, learn it. But before that, you stick to one, explore the others as well. Just have a higher level view, look at the things. If you feel comfortable, just go ahead and do it. So quite a long, but we are sorry because that we have to take it up. So okay, we'll take another one last question from Rishita and Shlok, because they have almost a similar point, and I guess many of that will be having. What are the some great projects which will make our resume stand out of the crowd? Shlok mentioned it somewhere. We'll try to connect that because when you search for the projects on GitHub, then there are so many folders in that project. I can get confused and start looking it up. So, guys, any thoughts that what kind of a projects people should make it on of making their resume looks good and other points?
Okay, I'll tell you people a small story. Okay, when I was in my second year, there is a thing called mini projects in our college, and when people were making C++, like things with C++, like banking system and all, like those are great projects. Okay, I was the one who made a facial recognition project in my probably at second year, and like we didn't know anything about machine learning. I still don't know anything about machine learning, but anyway I did it. And in my third year, I created a open stack cloud in my college, and that was my project. The things which should be in the major project, that was in the mini project. So the project, I would say that there are no great projects. Okay, when it comes to defining the project, if you are trying to define a project which is great according to you, might not be great for me. Okay, because that project, that technology, or whatever you are doing in that project is learned by you and implemented by you. But what if I'm already the master of that thing, or I've done that thing for the last 10 years or 8 years? That thing is normal for me. I do it on the regular basis. Okay, just like I eat my food. So I would say, the, whatever project you are making, just go beyond 100% in that project. Implement, make it as your life depends on it. Or I would say that implement the things which you you know like आई वुड से कि किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट को ऐसे बनाओ कि अगर उस प्रोजेक्ट को तुम्हें ही इस्तेमाल करना पड़ गया कभी, okay, if you ever have to use that particular project in any possible scenario, in any, I'm saying any possible scenario possible, so you won't regret using that thing. Okay, or if any user just opens that project, he won't regret.
Awesome.
Okay, because
Right,
there are
right.
many banks in our country. There is SBI, there is ICIC, but server SBI का ही अटकता है.
Right.
ठीक है.
You need to own it. Basically, no, nothing is small or big, but I would say invest in your dreams, grind now and shine later. So invest, that makes more impact. So with that, thank you so much, Anant and Karthike. I want to bring back the Hustlers team to have some words with you and say thanks to you as well. So Ananya and Rishabh, over to you guys.
Uh, like I just wanted to thank Anand Bhaiya and Kartike Bhaiya for attending the having great talk, mentoring the student. And I still remember that when I entered into the college, I get some great mentors right sitting in front of me, and they just pulled my finger, and uh, all the things, right, from attending the session like these to hosting the session like these, you know, everything is because I talk to my mentors, and I just Gaurav sir, Anand bhaiya, Kartike bhaiya, and many more, who guided me in my first year of my college and all that stuff. But the thing is, the thing I just find out is more valuable is, just come out of your comfort zone. Nowadays I'm looking to people, they just talk to their friends only, and to their fellow mates. I didn't do this mistake. Like from the first year itself, I just talked to my the people who are in fourth year of the college, or who are in the business profession from last 10 years or so. That's why we are able to do this. So if you wanted to do something good, don't just constrain yourself. Don't just follow up the things and talk to your friends only. Like, don't just do these kinds of things. Go explore the things, as been said. So that's my part, and thank you, Anand bhaiya and Kartike bhaiya, for helping me uh, to the whole journey, since from my college, like from the first year of the college.
I personally thank both of you for being my mentor. I learned so many things from both of you. Thanks a lot, Anandya and Kartikeya, for such an amazing talk. I think it was really, really helpful for our audience. All of you, please provide with feedback in the live chat. And thanks again, Anandya and Kartikeya, for this valuable session and giving us your time.
I guess feedback is already having said that shown. People are enjoying the chat. Definitely, uh, you guys are always the rock star for giving us this opportunity to showcase it up and whatnot. So thank you so much, Anant and Karthike, for being with us and accepting the request on the behalf of Team Cheers with Gaurav and the Hustlers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Having
Thank
okay,
you.
cheers, guys. So, having said that, after Anant and Kartike's extremely inviting session, now it's time to bring on some exciting sponsors with us. So today we have one of our like exclusive sponsor, Dayfolio, and to guide us on what Dayfolio is all about. I guess this is something, the name, I guess, in Indian communities we keep on hearing one after the other, right? When you guys also reached out to me, so we have somebody who happens to be the community evangelist and the chief of staff for the day folio Denver. But to introduce Denver, what I want to always say, because whenever I have got a chance to be a judge at the Indian hackathon and to see this name, I always feel myself that this is my family that I am interacting to. And I have always believed, whenever I have talked to Denver, he always says that you must either modify your dreams or magnify your skills. Whatever the resources you need, we got your back. And that's what Dayfolio means to me and to this event as well. And without further ado, let's welcome Denver on the screen. Hey, Denver, thank you so much for joining us live.
Hey folks, hey everyone. Really nice to be here.
Definitely. And
And
we are equally excited. I hope you are doing great.
yeah, I'm doing even better after seeing your hat, your cap.
Oh man, this is something really cool and exciting to get the
Yeah,
attention,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
for sure.
having said that, Denver, definitely Dayfolio is all over like the hackathons that we see. And thank you so much for sponsoring Prayas 2021. I just want to assure you that the name that you have given to us, the assurance that you have given us, we have been doing great since morning. It's close to 3 hours and 40 minutes that we are live. And we have the amazing lineup of speakers, and we have been so thrilled with the audience. We are having some amazing talks and all. But now it's time to us to know more about Dayfolio, time to know more about you and what Dayfolio do. And especially all the students have been reaching out to us that if we want to do something, how Dayfolio can help. So can you please guide us on that, please? Yeah.
Sure thing. And first of all, amazing job putting all of this together. Just hearing the fact that you've been live for 3 hours is like crazy for me to hear, and that it's great that you're pulling this off. Uh, Yeah, about like I'll get into what I want to talk about today in a bit about Defolio ourselves. So we essentially, we were essentially a bunch of friends who decided to start this hackathon back in 2015. It was called In Out, and we grew it to, one of the most awaited events in the country. Uh, First as a university hackathon, then as a community hackathon. And since that had done well, we thought, why not take the same set of tools that we had built to manage this hackathon, because we used to get like uh, over 4,000, 5,000 registrations for that hackathon. And we thought, why not, take it and build a platform where anybody can host your own hackathons at scale. So that essentially is Devfolio, and that's what we have built. And we have been, fortunate enough now that, we have grown to 140,000 users. Over 200 hackathons have been hosted on Devfolio since 2019, and things have been going good. Uh, so, and me, I'm now the chief of staff at Devfolio. Earlier, I had a different title, but to be honest, like, essentially my job is everything. I keep everything in check, keep all the different parts of uh, keep like things, keep the show running, and handle everything. Most importantly, handle everything non-tech in at the company, uh, including community, sales, operations, everything. So that essence, and just because you need a title at a startup, so thought to, go with that. So that essentially is what we're all about and what I do.
Right. And I guess we all echo your points. Dave Folio is trust me everywhere. You find out any hackathon here happening here in India, and even like some of our friends across the like borders where they have the India connects. We have been hearing about Dave Folio because trust me, the guys you guys at Dayfolio are doing is definitely creating a change in the way we used to think of the hackathon that we used to do. So all kudos to you and your hardworking team that they have given it to us. And that's why I guess for Dayfolio, we can all I can personally always see, and for the Prayas team, we always say that hustle in silence and let your success make the noise. So the numbers you just spoke about, I guess that is what making it completely different and outstanding. So Denver, why don't you talk about your first failure experience? Like when you were about to conduct an hackathon, you must be also failed some, have had some failures or challenge across the way. Want to talk about that also because many of the students are also struggling with the same.
Like like my personal failure experience in, as
So
in the
anyways,
journey, or at Devfolio itself, or
both
how?
both the ways. Learning can be from
Like,
anywhere. So,
yeah, me personally, I've had a very varied, very, diverse path to, I wouldn't say okay, diverse is not the right word, maybe peculiar path to getting to where I am. And that essentially has involved a lot of experimentation, because I definitely knew that I wanted to do something interesting. So I've been exploring a lot along the way. And then, of course, with that, have there been, ups and downs. I've worked at across different sectors and everything. Uh, at Devfolio also, like, I wouldn't say there's something, that I would consider it a failure, but then there's still something, yeah, there's still something interesting things. And that time, okay, one thing I like to recall was, uh, this is just, a bit, not that serious, but then when Devfolio was like, I think, uh, Feb 2019. So I just joined Devfolio. Before that, I was just volunteering out with these folks, uh, my friends, and I joined Devfolio full time in Jan 2019. And in Feb 2019, we had to send out our first newsletter. That was the plan, right?
Mhm.
And in the first newsletter, what happened was that uh, I made the template and everything. So we're using Mailchimp, and I made the template, and everything was done. And then we sent out a test mail and everything also. uh, Internally it went well. And then finally, when it came to put it into production, That time our mailing list was around, I think 10,000 people or something like that. Uh,
Okay.
Quite small then, but then uh, we sent the mail and I get the mail, and every every instance of comma, every instance of comma, not comma, apostrophe in the whole email has been inexplicably, I can't explain it, but it got replaced with the with the alphabet B.
Oh my God.
It was, and it was a disaster. Like I was like, at that time it was a big thing for me. Like that's literally the first mail we are sending it out to our whole community, and it goes out with the word B. Like
We,
can't, instead of writing can't, CAN apostrophe uh,
we,
T, it came with B, and we were like shit. And then we like sat with Utkarsh, who's now the CTO, and then we managed to debug it and sent it again, and then next time, and obviously we were upset and everything, but immediately there's no, in a startup there's no, not even time to think about, wait and think about things. Immediately I sent up a follow up mail, and this time I put up the title as a B free version, and then I said that
okay.
okay,
Is there some?
did I in between?
Yeah. So we were having that network lag a bit. Yeah. So
Yeah,
you were
no
just
worries. So
talking about replacing
yeah,
that apostrophe with B and sending another mail.
yeah, I sent the other mail, and the other mail in the subject line, I sent it as B free version. I sent the subject, it is a
Okay.
B free version. So
Oh,
that's how, you know kind of saved it, kind of saved the day. But then, yeah, so these kind of things keep
right.
happening, and you always have to think on your feet at a startup.
Right. And this is, I guess, this is something I can easily relate to, that every problem has a unique solution. You need to be innovative to find it out. And I guess this B free version is something amazing. So, Denver, my next follow up question would be that if some of our viewers and all the people across here in India, many of them already know about Dayfolio, but if somebody wants to reach out to Dayfolio team to help them in the hackathon or in the online event, so how typically they should reach out to you, and in terms of like helping them, guiding them, or sponsoring them, and many other parts. So, what should be the ideal roadmap for
Okay.
them?
Yeah. Sorry, I think I just got cut off again. I switched my internet
Also,
now.
okay.
Really sorry for that. But what was your question? What would be the
So I
roadmap?
was No, so what I was asking is that so many people already knows about Dayfolio everywhere in India. They all are building, they all are wearing our Dayfolio nice t-shirt, building one. And what I want to ask you is that still there are many people who want to connect to Dayfolio, who wants to know that how Dayfolio is helping them in making the hackathon success, how to make the online conferences a success. So any tip of advice, or how they should reach to the Dayfolio team, and what would be the roadmap that if somebody wants to ask Dayfolio to sponsor them or to help them in conducting the online event or the hackathon. Oops. The best part about him being in the virtual is this. Now we can see it.
Oh
Okay.
man.
There was another lag, right?
Oh man. Shit, I'm really
Now,
sorry.
no problem, no problem. I guess what I was asking is
Uh,
if somebody has to reach to Dayfolio team for
yeah.
asking some help in terms of execution plan, or in terms of
Mhm.
sponsoring, or in terms of like how Dayfolio can help them in making the event success. So what they should do and how they should reach the Dayfolio team.
Yeah, so uh, i- in case you're a university student or hosting a community hackathon, we love to support it. You can just write into us at community@devfolio.co, and we'll do our best to support you. We already have a program running. You can just write into us at
Oops. Is there something that is again troubling us? No problem, guys. So, what till the time Denver fixes up that connection part, if I have to take that part up, okay, you're
Yeah,
back, man.
yeah, yeah. Just give me a minute. Yeah, just give me a minute. Just give me
Sure,
a
sure,
minute.
sure, sure. So
Yeah.
you fix it up, and by the time Denver fix the things up, I just want to tell you that if you all are the university grads who are looking to host up any hackathon, or if you are the one who is organizing a local hackathon in your community, please reach out to the Dayfolio team. Just mentioning about at community at dayfolio.co. I specifically want to make you assure that please, please, please mention all the necessary details that you guys can think of, that okay, why you are conducting the hackathon, what is the purpose, who is the ideal audience, and all other parts. Mention the complete details. Take out some of your previous references if you guys had. Even tell us that this, if this is your first experience, reach out to the Dayfolio team with the open arms that hey, this is the first time we are trying to help, and this is what the help we are looking for. Be clear in setting up the context, because that makes our life easier, or I should say the Dayfolio team life easier, to identify that why they should invest in their time in your idea. And that's the reason, means even we at Prayas 2021, this is not the one day execution that the hustlers has done. We were trying to execute it since last 1 month. We have like made it on our priority list. We did a lot of research that okay, this is somewhere we need to guide them, this is somewhere if we want to talk about the roadmap, this is how we should do it. This is not the one day like execution that we have pulled off. We have invested the time, we have done the research, and that's the reason I said clear call to action. Even I would say that Rishabh would agree that when me and the team hustlers were setting up the context of Prayas, we came out with the right detail that okay, Prayas, let's resonate with the tagline, let's empower together, because we don't individually want to get success overwhelm us. We want this to be a
Right.
collaborative activity. So here we have Denver back. Hey Denver.
Yeah, hey man. Really sorry,
Never
I'm not
stopping.
sure.
So nothing to be worried on that side as
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
Never stop believing in the virtual world.
yeah. Stop
No
believing in
worries.
these internet providers. But
Ah, definitely, we
yeah,
should do that. No problem, man. Means
yeah,
what I was asking that I have just posted and setting up the context that if somebody has to ask Dave for your team to sponsor them or to help them in executing a community hackathon, they should reach out to community at davefolio.co with clear
yeah.
call to action, what terms of help they require, why they are executing, who is the ideal audience, and everything. So, any other points that you want to make it over here, please?
No, not really. That's pretty, sorted out for now. Uh, I also wanted to know, like, how much time do we really have? Because there was some other things I wanted to try and cover.
All
Uh,
yours, all yours. We still have as much time you want, so no problem on that side.
don't we have the next
So
session
we
coming up?
do have. So ideally, if you ask me on the timeline, we have 7 to 8 minutes for your session. No problem.
Okay, 7 to 8 minutes. All
And
right.
even the
Uh,
speaker is here, so we can have the 5-10 minutes at just no problem on that side.
okay,
We
okay.
want to learn. So
So, okay, okay. Because I wanted to, really quickly run through something that I think is quickly becoming very important.
sure.
And it's the whole paradigm of crypto and blockchain, right? Uh, so that's what I wanted to quickly run through.
Please.
I will have to be really fast. It looks like, but then let's see if we can make it, and then
No
we
problem.
can
You have 10 to 15 minutes, Denver, that you
sure.
can honestly take. No problem on that side. We do have the speakers, and we have the confirmation that you can have that 5 to 10 minutes block away. No problem on that side.
All right, all right, all right. Sure, that's great to hear. Let me share my screen, right?
Please.
And in between, if I just log off, just let me know. I'll also
I'll be
this
there.
one.
I'll be there.
But yeah, share screen. All right. I
We can
I hope
see
you
it.
can see my I hope you can see
It's
my
loading
screen
up.
right now.
Yes, we can see it. We can see it.
Can you see Coin Gecko?
Yeah. So Gecko Coin, we Gecko Coin.
Yeah, Coin
Yes, we can see it. Yeah. Oh,
Coin
Coin
Gecko.
Gecko. Yeah.
All right.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I quickly wanted to start off with something that is very I think is becoming very important. That is this whole concept of Web 3.0, right? And blockchain. So for many folks, it's just like just something that they think it's just somewhere to park money, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, all these things. It's just like you see all these ads by WazirX, CoinDCX, and everything. You just put your money there, and you see that appreciate, and of course that happens, right? And if you see the market cap of all of these things, it's like huge. Like Bitcoin itself is worth 944 billion dollars. That's the market cap, and that's huge, touching 1 trillion. Ethereum itself is at 460, and all of these things, right? But then the whole point here is, the whole idea is much broader and bigger than that. Of course, price movement is just investing for the sake of price, and everything is good, but the applications are far beyond that. And here there's an opportunity for you developers, designers, builders, everybody to really get into this, and make this whole new kind of get into this ecosystem, and make this whole new way of new internet. So that is what I would call the Web 3.0. So what we are currently using right now is Web 2.0. That's where everything happens, HTTPS and all that sort of things. You can call that standard layer Web 2.0. But then what comes after that? So there's something called Web 3.0, and that's where the world is moving towards. So it would be helpful to get some context there, what's actually been trying to do there, and what the opportunities are. That's what I wanted to quickly run through. So of course, the first thing that came up was Bitcoin. Bitcoin came up somewhere around 2009. There's this still anonymous guy called Satoshi Nakamoto, who came up with this, who just published this white paper one day, saying that this is how you can make an open, decentralized money system. And everybody just caught on to it. Not immediately, it took a few years. So Bitcoin price like in the initial years was like, I don't know, even below $1. There's this famous incident of where somebody paid for 2 pizzas. Initially, somebody paid for 2 pizzas with like something like, I don't know, 80, 100 or 100 Bitcoins, because they just had them and they didn't know what to do with it. And if you just calculate by today's prices, it's worth millions of dollars, right? So that's a very famous story, and I'm sure that person is not too happy about it now. But then it's still a good lesson. But then the whole point is here that right now, banks and everything, like when you are holding your money, that's in a bank, you're at their mercy. Bitcoin is completely permissionless. So that's what Bitcoin is. It's a completely permissionless system. And I'm skipping a lot of things here, but I'm dumbing things down. But I hope you get some value out of it at least. After Bitcoin came this thing called Ethereum, right? So in 2014, there was one person, Vitalik, who realized that there's much more to what you can do with just Bitcoin. He made this thing called Ethereum. And with Ethereum, the thing is that with Bitcoin, there's not much you can do. You have some Bitcoin, you can hold it, you can share it with somebody else, and that's about it. You have Bitcoin, you give it to somebody else, they give it back to you, and they give it to others, or you just use it as a medium of transaction. That's it. So it's not very exciting. The innovation here was to kind of be able to program that money, right? To control how that money flows. And that is called, those things are called smart contracts. And they went beyond just that money aspect, right? And the whole space has simply exploded till then. There's this whole paradigm called DeFi, decentralized finance. Decentralized finance is like a completely new way of thinking about finance. There's no central authority which says that you can or cannot do this, but then it's a whole new way of thinking. And for that, I definitely recommend watching this channel. There's this amazing channel called Finematics. You can learn more about it. It's very interesting. And there are a whole lot of different possibility thing in that. So some of these things are like have analogs in the real world, in the web 2 world, like exchanges, like you have your stock exchanges and everything. Those those have the analogs in the real world. But some of the things are uh, more different. And this website, if you go to this website, you'll find all those sorts of projects. If you see, then you'll find all the relevant projects here which are building different things. One of the most famous ones is called Uniswap. Here is like, if you have one token, you can just exchange it for another token. Like if I have one ETH and I'm just connected with my so first of all, yeah, how do I connect with this whole world? You do not need anything, but you just need a browser extension. It's called MetaMask. And once I just use MetaMask, it's like a 5-minute process to set it up, and I'm in, right? Once I already have Ether or something like that, I can just exchange it. So I do not have one Ether, so I can't do that right now. It shows insufficient balance. But let's say I did. I say have this much, I can just click on swap and it'll swap. And this is something completely like the more you look into it, the more you will get sucked down to it. It's like completely amazing. It does not depend on how traditional stock markets work. It does not need, like, traditional stock markets work on something called a order book matching, but this is completely different. It's more of it just does the exchange on its own. Does not need the other buying party to be able to buy at the same time. Then there's this thing like you can do, like I said, this is for just swapping tokens. You have one token, you swap it to other token. This is you can borrow, you can lend and borrow. You have one token, you want to borrow the other token, you can do all those sorts of things. You can do loans. So this in a sense is like this is the stock market, this is these are loans. So this is what you can do in the decentralized worlds, in DeFi, what you can already do in the centralized finance. But there are some things which you cannot do in centralized finance, and that's where things get interesting. So for example, this is like a lottery system. So this is very different from a regular lottery system. Here you just deposit some money, and at the end, let's say 100 people, like let's say 10 people decide to deposit $100 each. That makes it $1,000, and those $1,000 within that particular period, within one week, at the end of it, that amount is immediately put into some other place where they can get some sort of extra added yield there. And they can immediately generate that yield, and everybody not only gets back their original money but also the price. So these sort of things are not really possible in centralized finance. So that was an example of what is not possible. With decentralized finance, also possible to stream money. That's also a very weird concept, but it's certainly interesting. The same way you can stream Netflix or this one, so that's entirely possible in this. So I had a couple of more things, like there are some more interesting things that you can cover, like NFTs and everything, but I'll not go into that now. But what I'm trying to say is that all the innovation, so in different areas, in different cycles all throughout history of tech, there have been different cycles in a sense, and the cycles that have grown and matured. So for example, a few years back we saw this whole cycle about data science, and data science was the hottest thing in the market, and many people heard that data is a new oil and everything. But that took a couple of years. If you think about it, the revolution started off in the 1980s, but it became mainstream only in early 2014 or something. That's just because the cost of storing data, processing data became very cheap right around that time. And then people realized that, okay, we can use all these algorithms, and Netflix and Amazon, they're also using machine learning and all that. But now the thing is, now the paradigm has shifted. Okay, there are enough data scientists. We do have enough data scientists. Of course, there's no limit to what a talented data scientist, there's always a market for that. But now the innovation is also happening in this blockchain space. So if you're considering it, you should definitely try and get into that. So there are many more things that are this one. From India, there's a project called Polygon. It was earlier known as Matic, and Matic is also one of our partners. They have now grown to a market cap of $9 billion, which is huge by any means, and you should definitely read up all about them. They've been also been started, been being covered in mainstream media. Like you can already see they came on this channel with Tanmay Bhatt. He has a channel called Super Pumped. Tanmay Bhatt, as you all know, is like a very famous comedian. I don't think he needs an introduction, but then definitely go watch this video and learn more about what these folks are up to. And the best way how you can get into this, for that we have Devfolio. We keep having so many hackathons, and a lot of these hackathons are focused on blockchain. And they'll have everything from 101 workshops to taking you through everything. That's everything that you can do. We've been hosting this Ethereum series of hackathons since a while now, and they've been going great. And like, for example, if you want an example of how far you can take your project, this is one of the projects that was made in ETH India 2018 by two brothers, Samay and Soumyak, and a third guy. They had come down. They were like 18, 19 at that point of time. This was in 2018. Within 1 year, they worked hard, and within 1 year, they raised $2.3 million. And now within 2 years, they have raised like $10 million in funding and become one of the biggest projects out there. And the whole point here is that if you are good, it's really easy to get access to opportunities in this crypto world, because it's kind of erasing all sorts of boundaries. As another example, just check out this website, right? You would think that this is being built by some sort of company, like some far out company, but if you go to see who the developer is, try to search about it. It is this 13-year-old builder. Like, I wouldn't want to call him kid, but then yeah, that's just him. And he's a kid from Goa, which is like, and he's just 13 years old. So that just goes to prove that when people talk about that the world has changed and your college and everything does not matter, it's even more so in this era. So if you really focus on your skills, which this person did, you can really make it big. So that's what this on. How to get into this, where do you start with this? There's this tutorial called Crypto Zombies. You can just it's free. You can just go here, start learning coding. It's a language similar to JavaScript. You can learn Solidity. That's the language that you'll get into Ethereum. And once you just do this course, it's like it won't take you more than a couple of days. Then you can start participating in hackathons on Devfolio. We keep these ETH India online hackathons, continue doing these ETH India online hackathons. We just wrapped up one ETH India online hackathon, and the total prize pool was $45,000 US dollars, which is a significant amount of money. And we guide you from each step throughout. And there's been many more things like that. We've also done other hackathons with other non-Ethereum hackathons, but including blockchain also. One of them really got famous recently and had some really big folks involved in it. So like the biggest folks like Kunal Kapoor, he is a Bollywood actor, but then he's also very interested in this blockchain space. He was there. Kunal Shah, some of the names you can. He's a co-founder of Freecharge and now Cred. So you can find. Of course, Tanmay was also there for helping out with everything. So these things are there, and I really believe that this is a great opportunity for folks to kind of learn this whole new paradigm and become part of the journey, and it can really change your life. So that's what I wanted to briefly cover. I wish we had more time to cover all of this, but then yeah, I hope anyway these things help.
I was just looking at the screen and I was just sitting like this. People are doing crazy work around the globe,
Yeah,
and so does the Indians, because we are the mischievous ones who loves to innovate, who loves to explore the new
yeah,
things. And thank you so much, the Dave Folio team, for bringing this all together into a single platform. Denver means convey a lot of love to the Dave Folio team, especially not only to sponsor the Prayas event, also to help us always to get connect to the different mindset people all together. And I guess I have always, when I kicked off this session, I said that when you do the networking, always remember network is your net worth. And you just brought
yes,
that point up, that network is net worth, and this is worth billions of dollars. So thank you
yeah,
so much once again, Denver. I hope people, please do visit dayfolio.co for all your queries. Reach out to Denver on Twitter, or even just drop an email to community@bayfolio.co, because if you have something, make sure that you mention the all clear call to actions and whatnot. You might be also one of those who is seeking for the help, and Dayfolio team is always welcome to help the youngsters
yes,
like us who needs the help, right?
yes, for
Right.
sure,
So
for sure.
Denver,
And
yeah,
really glad that you put this all together. And yeah,
always.
it,
Always a
yeah,
pleasure. As you always say, never stop building. We never stop hustling. And the entire team hustlers and the team Cheers with Gaurav is always geared up because the support people like you who provide us. And that's the reason we are doing this whole event success. So thank you so much, Denver. Before you
yeah.
leave, any piece of advice to all the viewers that you want to give, please?
Yeah, the piece of advice is just the same at what I briefly covered, is that don't try to limit yourself by thinking that there's something that you can or cannot do. If you're really interested in it, just go out and do it. And initially, don't think too much about what will I get out of it or something. But if you keep working hard, you will get results, no matter what.
Rightly said and rightly quoted. No matter what, if you keep working hard, success is on your way for sure.
Yeah,
So thank you so much, Denver, for here being with us.
yeah,
Definitely your short and crisp like knowledge sharing session would have enlightened a lot of mind. A lot of people would be more excited to know more about Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all the wonderful
yeah,
concepts that you have introduced. I'm also thinking in background that okay, that was one thing that I was missing. I have to check that out. So thank you so much for embracing us with a lot of ideas, and that's why we say let's get empowered together. And definitely, Dayfolio team has again shown us a new path of new way of seeing the world again.
yeah,
So thank you so much, Denver, for here being with
yeah.
us. Thank you so much.
Sure thing, Gaurav. Happy to be here.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Cheers.
Okay. We'll surely share down some amazing results with you that we were able to pull out from the Prayas, because we are proud of our sponsors, and so the sponsor needs to see those results, and we will
Yeah.
reach out to you very soon. Thank you so
Sure thing.
much on
Sure
behalf
thing.
of Let's Cheers with Gaurav and the team Hustler especially. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for helping with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost to our end of our session. I won't say I don't want to stop it, man. Means show some energy to me, guys, in the videos, in the comment section. And why don't you tell me that how you are feeling? We are up and live since last, what to say, around 4 hours and 13 minutes. But having said that, we have to come up. So what I'm gonna do is, the next up, the person who is gonna share his knowledge on open source and other parts is someone I have always trusted upon. Means this guy never makes me feel amazed. And what I should say is that I have always believed, after meeting him from last, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, but it seems like a brother talking to a brother, because I have always believed that Rudra is one of those guys who can definitely be explained with the simple chord that what are what we repeatedly do. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence. Then this is not an act, but it is an habit. Whenever I have talked to him, is what I have founded that yes, this guy explained the true definition of excellence. His work, his dedication, his motivation, his approach towards seeing the things is something that he has always make me feel motivated. So in rightly fashion of Prayas, we always says that spend a little more time trying to make something of yourself and little less trying to impress people. So Rudra is here to talk us about the open source. Rudra is here to talk about his initiative called Interview Guide. He is working as an associate software engineer at Red Hat, and proudly, yes, he is one of my brother from another mother. Let's welcome Rudra Pratap on the screen. Hey, Rudra, welcome, buddy. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi,
Like,
sir.
thank you.
How are you, sir?
Hello. How you doing, man? So
I'm
far,
fine.
means you are in Bangalore, and I'm jealous of it. But having said that, cool, man. All power to you, and all stage is all yours.
Cool. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much, Pras, for welcoming me. Like it's kind of a long means break. I haven't been online, I think, so it's quite like 1 or 2 months, something like that. So I was like confused, like what to prepare and what to do. So the very first thing I wanted to say is that not about me. What I want to say is that the very first thing that it is quite to or something you want to go for lunch and all. But bear with me. I will take around 15 to 10 minutes, not more than that, or approx 20 minutes. Sorry, 20 minutes for that. And so let me share my screen first, so you'll get an idea what I'm going to do or perform much. So cool. I think you're able to see my screen. Anyone can, or sorry, you can confirm
Yeah, we
the
can.
screen is visible.
Go ahead. It is visible.
Oh, cool. Thanks a lot. So my very first topic, like I wanted to say, is that today we'll discuss mainly about open source and what I invented, like what I it was kind of a small website that I built. So it was not around like I coded everything, because everything is the market. So you don't have to bug around your heads like, okay, I need to code and I need to bring my own website. No, nothing you have to do. So I founded something else that I will let you know in the later part, in the end of this slide. But I wanted to start with this particular slide, like winners, leaders, and achievers. So it's like when you plan to go far, so you have to check what you have equipped yourself. So if you wanted to go for any, like example, you wanted to go for a vacation, so you have to plan like what are the things you are going to keep in your bags and all. So which type of vacation it is. It is a long mountain trip or no, or bike trip or something like that. So to gear up with all the things. So in this way, when you are planning something for a bigger things, or if you're planning something a smaller things also, you have to make yourself equip yourself with all the things for your journey. So coming up next, this is me, myself, Pradip Pratap. People used to call me Rudy everywhere else. So they, because Rudy is quite simple and small, so they used to call me Rudy. Kind of a Linux lover from last, you can say 5 6 years, and I was not knowing about Linux previous prior to that. It was like kind of a zero knowledge, but after I came to know about Linux, it became a love partner for me like that. And next, like I'm an open source enthusiast, you can say, like tech speaker over the experience of 3 plus years. So this kind of a normal English layman term that I have written it down from and copied somewhere from else. Yes, I'm an associate software engineer working at Red Hat. I'm a Red Hat certified architect level 3. I also have a passion to give certificates, because that gives me around extra knowledge that what I want to develop in myself. Because you cannot have a single domain or single knowledge to yourself. You have to see what the people or the other things or the world is going on. So you have to pick up all different details and you have to work on that. So that's why I used to choose different type of topics and all, and I used to give certifications on that, so that it can be easy in future, it can be hard, but sometimes it can be of no use as well. So you have to plan yourself, like which you want to give, which you don't want to give. So that's why in that way I love to give Red Hat certificates. So currently I'm at level 3, means it around 7 plus certificates. Some of the certificates I have failed also, no need to worry about that, but I have the knowledge of that. Favorite programming language? So it is not up to you. It is a kind of a myth. If you are into coding language, there is no such kind of a programming language you're going to be have a love with. So it's about the concept that you're going to love with, not about the language. If you know the concepts of each and everything, the language is just kind of a syntax that you're writing. It's kind of ABCD, you are just writing it down, nothing much. So the main thing is that you have to go deeper inside the concepts that what you have to go with. So I used to work now in Golang. Previously, I used to work in Python in prior than C++ and C. But now my current favorite is Golang. Yes, I love to ride bikes. Bikes in the kind of sense, not bicycles. It's a motorbike. So I have my own motorbike, like it's BMW G310R. I used to love because I have a passion from, I have a dream from my childhood that I will buy a bike whenever become older and all. So that's why I purchased my own bike, and I used to ride weekends and all. So today also I was having a plan, but Bangalore weather is kind of dramatic. If you go out, it will rain. If you are inside home, it will not rain. So next, I'm founder of Interview Guide. So I will let you know later what is Interview Guide and what how it this will help you, because this is a thing which I saw when the employment, like if you will say after COVID, the main thing which I scroll in the LinkedIn was I was just laid off from this company. I have been laid off from this company. I need job. I need job. But the people are reading, but the people are daily reading on different topics and all. They are giving their interviews, but still they are not selected. So there can be any reason why they're not being selected. For that, I just sum up a small idea and build this website. And another was Tech Prep Hub, which is just still ongoing. I will post on all the articles, but I will let you know what is this also. So this is about me. So my code is open. So this is kind of a small tagline that has also been copied from my mentor. Thanks to Gaurav sir. That's thanks Prayas 2021 for inviting me as well. So these are the topics that I'm going to cover. What is open source, where to contribute, who all can contribute, and interview guide. So what is open source? So just think in such a way you have, okay, I will just give you a small, if you don't mind, I love to explain things very well. So if you're able to see the screen, so just think this is the kind of a river that is being flowing, and you have a river being flowing. There is a city built over here, and there is a factory built over here. Okay, so the thing is that two people came and they have a bucket of water, and they have a bucket of water. They took the water. They took the water. This first guy went here. The second guy went here. So the thing is that the water is freely accessible to everyone, and you have to take the water of your own use. So he might go for the household purpose, and this guy went for the factory purpose. So this is the kind of concept that is the open source world also dream for. So if you have the code, just think you have the code, you have written a 5 line code, and you have pasted somewhere else in the open world. So might be any place, you just kind of think a place you have kept the code, and there are two people who came and they took your code, they just modified it, and they are using for their own companies or their own purpose, you can say. So in the same way, some is using for their household purpose and the some is using for the factory purpose. So this term you can, this can be easily related how open source world or how open source word is being easily related to. Coming back to the PowerPoint, so open source software is a type of computer software. You can say I already told you, software is always have lines of tons of codes. You can say which the source code is released under a license in which the copyright holder grants a user rights to use, study, change, and distribute. So this is the main line, rights to use, study, change, and distribute the software. So this is the concept about the open source background. Open source versus free open source, main thing, nothing much difference. You have the open source software, it is being compiled, it is being run by the developers. So the source code is being improved. Like you can say the same thing. If you have the seawater, the seawater is being taken by the household person, it is then filtered in some filter process, and then they are drinking it. In the same way, the factory boy took the water, he again filtered it and he used for some components to build in the factory. So they are doing some of the compilation work in between. So this anyone can do with the free open source softwares, or on these or the open source softwares, you can say FOSS or FOSS. So you can have any of these, you can build it, you can then distribute the same thing. So at last this guy, is, you can say he has the filter water, he put it into 10 bottles, and this guy has the some software or some kind of component, that is, you can say a cream he was preparing and he was needing some water. So he has 10 creams, so he is now distributing, or he is now to the open source world, and he is now just giving this to the open source world, and from this he is getting in return with the money that he is being getting. So in the same way, we have everything with you. You have to just compile this, or you have to just make it fresh. So this is the main difference what the developers are doing. So we are the developers, that what we are going. You are also the developer. I'm sorry, you are the developers and not me. You are the developers that you are going to improve the code that is being present in the open source world, and that is being used by the another people. So in this way, the chain process goes on days by days. the code is being improved. But the thing is that where you're going to contribute. So I told you that you have your code. So let me just refresh it once again. So I said if you are writing, if someone has written any code, and but where it is being written or where it is being kept, you can say the very first thing where it is being kept, where it is being checked, who is checking it, who is passing it, all the things, like who is giving that okay, this is working fine. So there are many certain steps, because you cannot write any code and keep it here. You have to get a checking process that is being done, but where you're gonna keep. So there are certain places, so you can say these are the kind of inventories or the boxes. So many people has built different type of boxes, so you can keep anywhere. So in the market there are different types of suitcase, you can say. Some has American Tourister, some wants VIP, some love different companies. So in the same way, there are certain number of containers, or containers in the same, sorry, the boxes that is being built by different companies, and you can choose any one of the box to keep your code, because you can in the same way you can choose any of the VIPs to keep your clothes, and the clothes can be sorted out in certain different things. So every company has a different technique. Some has two wheels, some has four wheels. So in the same way, some software or the some box will have a different feature, and some box will have a different feature. So this is the type, this is what we call as the version control. Version in the sense it is keeping a track of all the changes that you are doing to your code. Someone will say, okay, you did a change, but that was wrong prior 2 days back. So I wanted to go back to the 2 days before. So in the same way, who will take the thing, like where the versions for where the version or which date code is being kept properly or not. So these are the kind of you can say the boxes, you can say the software that is being present in the market. You can keep your code and distribute it. So the very first, for my preference, I will say, if you are a newcomer or if you are in the companies, just go with the Git. So Git is kind of the best, I can say, box in layman language. You can use this, read about it, because you will get a lot of idea. Because after coming to the company, you have to work along with this thing, because this Git will be your best friend in the companies or even in the schools or colleges, or in the colleges as well. So you have to make this Git your best friend. So just think in a way, you have your Git with you, then okay, you are being famous in this world. So always try to learn Git first. This could be my first, you can say, like positive mark from my end. But yeah, learn Git. Next, beginner issue, the very first thing. Okay, okay, you told me that okay, I should took the code and I should start writing, but the very first thing is that I don't know ABCD of anything. So this is kind of the code, but I don't know ABCD, nothing. What they're typing, what is the code, what is being done, what the software is being built. So you don't have to think in such a way. It's not about writing codes. Never, it is never like writing codes. You don't have to write any of the code. You can be a contributor to the open source world. There are different types, other type of techniques as well. So what you have to do, you have to go to different websites. Like it is, you have to think about it. You have to read the documentation, what they are doing. So very first thing, the very best friend would be the documentation. Like you can spend your 10 hours. It is kind of a course that I used to study in the different LinkedIn posts as well. You can spend 10 hours in debugging yourself in internet and all, but you don't have time to read 5 minutes for the documentation. So this kind of true. If you give your 5 minutes to this documentation, you will save your like 9 hour 50 or 60 minutes, something like means 9 hour 55 minutes over here. So this is the thing. The documentation will be the best friend. You have to read it very properly. But coming from this, what will I do after reading this documentation? So this will give you an idea that how to start and where to start. But how to start, okay, I got it. But where to start, this is again the biggest thing. So for that, I have posted two basic websites. So you can have the screenshots. So these are the beginner resource. Always, like these are the things I posted over here. So you can go to any of these websites, think about it, read properly what they're doing, what they're demanding. Then you will get an idea, okay, this is the way how open source world works and how we can contribute to it. So sometimes in this they will say, okay, there is a line missing in this particular code, and the code would be like something not too hard, but it would be something like this. The seat was displaying red color in the box, so there was a OK button. It was displaying red. What you have to do, you have to change that to green color. So you have an idea of if HTML and CSS or JS, you can do this thing very easily. So it is not like they are saying you to build a software for a company that will hack each and everything. So no, it's not like that. For the beginners, there would be a beginner step. You can go easily and you can contribute to it. So next, and these are the other contests you can say. I will from next time hope possibly I will add Prayas 2021 if they organize open source contest as well. So these are the kind of open source contest over here. You can take the screenshot, but the famous one I will say the GSOC, Outreachy, Red Hat open source contest, Google Coding and all. So these are the different type of contest that is present in the market. You can search any of these, you can just read what they have done. Just go in the previous years, like they have all the means like their archive present over there, and you can read each and every documentation over here. So you can contribute to any of these open source contests present over here. So it's not like there is only one two, there are plenty of things inside this book. So what you love with, you can go with this. Someone loves kernel management as well. So Linux kernel mentorship program is also good because there are people who loves their developing kernel. Some people love networking part as well. So you can go to any of these. So it's not about coding and all. Next, who all can contribute. So this was the major part that was what I was saying. The best part what I also started with was documentation. I love writing documentation as well, if you will say. So there was a document I was reading through. So what happened is that it was something like this. So I thought I should start contributing to any open source world. So what I did, I went to a software page, like the first I went to the GitHub repo what they have. So I went to the GitHub repo, and there they have the README. So in the README, they will link all the documents links. So I went to any of the document link. It opened to the website page. I went over there. I was trying certain steps that they are mentioned, but I thought that this step is wrong because it is giving me a different output and they are displaying a different output. So quickly there was a down over there, there was a button that they says that if you want to contribute, click here. So I clicked here and they said me you can open a PR, so a pull request, you can say a normal issue in the layman language. You can open a issue. So this will say, okay, what was the issue? So you will say, okay, these were the issues and these are the screenshots or these are the things I am getting over here. They checked within like 20-30 minutes, and they say, okay, fine, it was nice, and they just merge this thing in this. So it is quickly done. So it was not like I did some code changes. It was a normal document changes which I did, and I was just a part of the community. They welcome me like, okay, fine, welcome to this community, and we are happy to work with you and all. So you can have the simple start. Don't. So I what I have learned from my mentors. So this is the one of the also very best quote that what I heard from some of my mentors and all. So if this is the tree, okay, so if these are the fruits, one fruit is here, one fruit here, one fruit here, one fruit here, one fruit here. So always try to pick the low hanging fruits first. You are not like something you are standing and you have started throwing stones to the top ones. Try if you come here, you can use this, you can plug this, you can pick this. So always try to plug the low hanging fruits first. Then you try the above, then you try the above, then you try the above. It's not like you can have a easy stair. You can keep a stair and you can plug these three. So what in between you are doing, you are just wasting these things. So in these things you are wasting a lot of, you are not wasting your time, but you are like using a shortcut. In this shortcut what you miss all these things. So for this only the last step, you miss the first, second, third, fourth, or the end steps. So this is the quote also which I heard from my mentor. Then I saw, okay, this is the very fine quote that I should also sometimes I will share with my friends. So next, you can continue to design. Some people love designing. We all love designing because the world runs on design. It is not like around the background code that is working. What we are seeing in front of us, it's like the every time the Apple iPhone design is being changing. So people are not like confused like what is the code background, what is running, what is the thing that is in background running. They are like fabulous with the screen difference pattern, different or the wallpapers that is being changed time to time, or the things that is being they wanted to have a design, new design. So what we are seeing, we are just changing it day by day. So some people love design, you can move to design. Some people move on to doing research, they can move to research. Or even like you are like, you know about open source and all, you wanted to speak at the events. It's not about you don't wanted to contribute, you but you know the technologies and you wanted to speak at different events. So you can do this thing also. You can spread the words, you can do coding. So there are many developers, you can start coding. You can contribute to the existing project that I already said. Go to the GitHub, take any projects and start contributing. Create your own project. This you can also do. Create open source alternatives to commercial software. So this was the very first step that I said. If you have a river flowing of water, you can take a bucket of water and you can use that water for your commercial purpose. In the same way, you can have your own open source tool and you can just put it in the open source world, and many people will make the changes and you can build a new software from that. So these are the top verticals to contribute. You can say like these are the major famous companies, so which are in the open source market. You can take any of these, and apart from these, there are many other companies. You can search around the internet. There are many. If you list top 100 companies to contribute for open source, you will get 100 list also. So Linux is everywhere. It's not like even in my laptop that what I'm sharing my screen. I have Fedora right now. So Linux is everywhere. So it's the aeroplane that is being flying above your head. So it has the Linux. The rovers that is being landed in the NASA's, they have the Linux. The applications that is being used in your home, that has Linux. The applications that is being used in your car, that is being having Linux. The applications that is being used in drones nowadays, that is having Linux. So Linux is everywhere. It is kind of the thing you can say that air is everywhere. In the same way, Linux is everywhere. So the world runs faster and smarter with Linux. Yes, it is, because for me it takes around 2-3 seconds to boot up. And apart from any other operating system that I have used so far in my from whenever I have born, so I can say that world runs smarter with Linux, because 2-3 seconds it's quite fast. So 99% of the world's supercomputers run on Linux, and Android users, many are there. I am also an Android user, not a iPhone fan, because I know why, because the two dual SIM problem. Next, the 80% of the all stocks exchange market that is being run on the Linux, so they are totally derived on the Linux. So many people are being using stock market nowadays. It is kind of becoming like a small game for everyone. Like if you have the money, if you wanted to invest, I will invest. If someone will say, if you want to invest, I will invest. But what are the things that is being running in background? Who are running those things? So there are the current applications that is being run on. So that is also being built on the Linux platform. So Linux has gone to no man has gone before. That is being the same thing. I am talking about the NASA Mars, the Curiosity rover. So SpaceX has using Linux for its Dragon and Falcon 9 also. These are some of the facts that I have taken from the internet. If you can get more facts, just ping me down. I will just paste it over in there in my slides as well. So Linux is big in Hollywood as well. So these are the again some of the facts, like desktop Linux servers that is being animated, which is being run on Linux. Titanic was the first feature film produced on the Linux server. So this is kind of the biggest thing that I've got. So less proofs there. So this was also a best movie for me as well. So it took 9110 computing renders years to produce less proofs. So this was also done like something which built on the Linux platform. So this is the fact that what I'm saying, it is not saying that okay, this is you have to be love with the Linux. I'm saying why you have to be love with the Linux. There is a story behind it. It was not like Linux is only a single operating system. If I wanted to share a PPT, but I don't have that image. If I will show you that image, this screen also will not feed the number of names that is being present over here. If I will start, like if I will start writing over here names one by one also in this way, like this is the Linux 1, Linux 2, Linux 3. In the same way, till I write over here Linux 100 or Linux 1000. So this screen will also will not enough to write all the names. Okay, so just think in such a way why Linux was so popular in the market. So this was the main technique though of the open source world. They have the Linux software, you can say. Everyone built their own operating system with that, and now everyone is being using it. Okay, next come to the next slide. Linux transforming transportation. Yes, it is. So previously we were like most of the things were mechanical. It was not being electronics. So that's why now everything is being becoming electronics. You can see the petrol is being rising as well. It's now that's why I don't used to go out much, because it takes a lot of petrol and all. So now it's currently in Bangalore it's 115 or something like that for 1 liter petrol. So that's why I used to go out less. So yes, it is, Linux is transforming transportation. We have to think of an alternative when something is being there. So there are some of the electronics things that is being run on the Linux. So they, not some things, there are many things. Either you can say on the air traffic, land traffic, or rail traffic, everything is being relying on the Linux. And next, so okay, so this is my kind of the last slide before coming to this. This was the kind of the overall journey which I told you about the Linux and the open source. So how you can contribute. Major part was this. If you wanted to go with any of these contexts, you can take the screenshot of this and you can have all the things over here and you will get an idea. Start reading any of these. So first I will say, not from my end, you can start research on your own. Never start listening to someone else who is saying that okay, start reading this only thing and start reading this thing. What from my end I will say, this was my overall journey. Never I asked someone, okay, what I have to study. When I was in like second year, first year, I did around like 20 different workshops, 20 to 10 different workshops, and I learn about all the things like even HTML, CSS, or Java, or hacking, or cloud, or Hadoop, or Linux, or anything like that. There are n number of topics. So it is not like that you will love all the topics. It is never like that. So you have to choose any one topic that you are going to love with. So in the same way, I found that okay, this was the topic that is being interested. So I step one, and this there were many other topics. So what I did, I choose three different topics. I moved to next step. I learned then. So this was the part two. So this is part two of your life would be. So you start reading about this. Again, there will be a topic which you will not like over here. You will drop the plan. Again, move to part three of your life, and when you will see that there will be a single topic which is continuously growing in with you. So this is the final step. You will get to know, okay, this is the part where I have to love, and this is the part which I have to excel. So you have to think of you which topic you have to excel. There will be no one in the market which who will say that okay, you have to read this, you will you will become excellent and all. Never go with this kind of peoples. You just start reading with your own topics, start debugging around the things. You'll get a topic which will keep your hand with you, like he will hold your hand. This topic is currently holding my hand, so I'm just staying with him. There was no other topic which stayed with me, and so that's why. So in the same way, you have to think about it, which topic will hold your hand. So now coming up to the interview guide. So this is kind of a website that I built. So it was the tagline is simply, you can say, a small initiative for reducing unemployment. So this was the thing. This was also a journey which it was a 1 day plan, you can say. I'm not kidding. So it was kind of a Saturday. Friday night, my office went over. Saturday, I think about it. So it was only yeah, it was Friday night itself. I thought that okay, I am fulfilled with a job. I have a job, but people on the LinkedIn or some other websites, they didn't get a job, and how can I help them? It is not like they're not studying and they're not preparing. They're preparing. They are giving the interviews, but still they are failing in some of the part. But what is the problem? Why they're not failing? Either there will be any step where I can help them. So I got an idea about this. So in this way, I thought that okay, what I can do is that there are people in the market who are just got placement in different companies. Either you can say ABC is a company, the people got placed over here. What I will do, I will just contact to that person. I will just request him or her to share his or her interview experience. So it is not like that I just say the name or the LinkedIn profile of that person. It is not like that. I'm just asking about the person interview experience. What it will happen. So the very first thing, if I will get a job or a job call, I will be confused with three different things. Okay. First, how many rounds of interview will be there? Next, what type of interview rounds would be there? And what are the tips for the interview preparation? So this is only the three basics things for any interview, nothing much. Because you have read all the things, you know all the things, you have been revising from day and night from your last 3 4 years. But where you are being like pressurized, like what, how many rounds or what type of interview rounds and what are the tips? So in the same way, what I did, I just put these three different things. So this was, you can say this is the company name, and this is the number of rounds, and this is, you can say this is the display. They will display all the rounds, like what in first round what they asked, in the second round what they asked, or how was your interview in your first round, what was the tip. But again, the problem arises is that second person will come and say, but this is my resume, resume A, this is my resume, resume B. These two resumes will be never same. I will definitely say these two resumes will be never same. So the interview experience or the interview is totally dependent on your resume that you have what you have made. Yes, yes, I'm agreeing with that. The interview experience with this, but what if someone will say, okay, you have your resume, we will see this resume in the next stage, like the round two, but in the first round you will have a coding competition or something like that, or you have a something different type of round. So this you don't know what was happening in the first round itself. So for this to get rid of about this, I just built this website where I can help someone with free of cost. It is not like that I'm taking any money and all. So what I did, I just went to Wix. I created a dummy website. Then I created a logo. Then I created privacy policies, everything like that. Then I started building the website. So on Friday night was my idea. On Saturday night, the website was ready. So it was a one day where I built the website totally. But the thing is that where I will get the data. The basic part was that no one was. It is like that. If I ask like 100 people to share their interview experience, like they will around 10 people who will say that okay, I will just share your interview experience. But never get confused. Like if you are starting your own business, never be same like okay, 90 people are not sharing, then I should drop the business plan, because always have the motivation that these 10 people are sharing their interview experience. Might be I will ask with 1000 people, then I will get 100 interview experience. So always love with this number, not with this number that you have having in your mind. So in this way, I built this website, the interview guide. Let me show you over here. You'll get an idea. So play this video, you will get an idea about what is the interview guide. Then total now I have 66 interview experiences so far from different companies and different peoples. Thanks to them who have like helped me a lot. And you can join me on Telegram. You can see this is the LinkedIn page of that is not kind of much followers. I have recently started, so don't judge me among the followers and everything like that, because you can see it's better to have a number of experience rather than more followers. I don't like followers and like this. I'm happy with the number of people who are sharing the interview experience. And if you are among one of them who wanted to share your interview experience, you can come up over here. You can see we will not share a name or LinkedIn ID. It is totally written over here. But still, I collect the name and LinkedIn ID because it is not like all the peoples are good. Some people will write someone else's name, someone else's LinkedIn ID, and they will share the interview experience. So in reward, what I do is that I went back to the person and I used to confirm with them, okay, you have shared your interview experience. Thank you so much for that. So they just give me a confirmation that, okay, yes, this was the particular people who have shared his or her experience. So the very first thing, job position, on campus or off campus, people you total number of rounds, and all the details, like what was the brief details of all the rounds and tips for practice. So this is only the basic thing for any people to crack any interview, I can say, because you are preparing day and night for your job, but you don't know a small tech hack you can say, like what was the type or technique. But I will definitely say in the same way, every resume has a different experience, interview experience. You will get like 2-3% match, but not kind of the exact match. And it is not like the companies doing the same kind of interview. That I've also mentioned over here. Like it is not like companies having the same pattern of interview over here. So you can see the small disclaimer over here that is being written small so that don't come in a big format in the mobile, because in website it's looking fine, but in mobile it's like quite big. So if you go to explore our companies, or you can go up, there is a two tabs over here, explore our companies and home button. So you can click any of these, and down you can see there are many more companies. I started with 2-3 companies. Now I have around 50, or I don't know, around 51 companies. Let me see my last post. So it is like 51 companies I crossed. Okay, oh, I forgot to celebrate on that occasion as well. So 51 different companies and 66 people have said the interview experiences so far. You can go to any of these companies. You can go, like if I am working at Red Hat, let's go to Red Hat itself. But you can go if you wanted to. I'm not getting any my name itself. Let's go to Flipkart itself. So you will get a tagline over here, like what is the job profile, and this will be the interview experience. You can go to interview experience, like you can see job position, on campus, off campus, how many rounds of interview, and this will give you a small idea, because even if you will get these 3-4 lines, you'll get a confidence. Okay, the first round would be DSA, second round would be this. But this is not a guarantee that this would be the same thing. But you will get a small like 2% or 3% guidance from here. Okay, this can be the kind of interview experience, but this will also help you. Like, what are the tips? So this is the small initiative that I have started with interview experience. People are sharing the interview experience. I am daily requesting all the people in the LinkedIn over there, so that people can share down their interview experience, and this much grow more and more, so that many people will get benefit. There are no such ads or something like that. I purchase the domain name, I purchase the whole, like, there are two different things. When you will build a website on Wix, there will be a maintenance cost and there will be a domain cost. So it comes around something like 3 to 4 thousand, something around that. But you can keep something ad advertisement, you can share down your details to any companies. But for that you are misguiding yourself itself, because you have started to help people around yourself. So that's why I don't keep any of these things. There would be nothing kind of ad. It is kind of a free initiative that I've started. Over the year I will keep this continue if time permits. And this is about the interview experience as well. There is one different website also that I was talking about. It was tech Prep Hub. So this is not the domain that I purchased, but still it is on WordPress that is being built. So this was something around, I write down articles on different topics because I love to explore different topics, and I used to write down articles or the posts. So if someone wants to learn Kubernetes, they can come down here. They can read the articles, what is Kubernetes, Kubernetes architecture, how to deploy it, and how to start a pod and all. So in the same way, I was trying to build different topics for web hacking, Docker, Python concept, DSA, Golang, Linux. So sometimes I used to post on free courses as well from different instructor that I used to get from the internet. So I used to post on free courses as well. But more over on that, you can join us on Telegram. That would be much helpful for you. So this was all about interview guide and rest. Let me go back to the PPT. Yes, thank you so much. So this is the best quote that I have ever seen. If you think education is expensive, try estimating the cost of the ignorance. If I would have think that okay, this 5,000 rupees is worth expensive for me, I should not build this website. I wouldn't have built this website. In the same way, if I have thought that I wouldn't have done those 20 workshops, then I wouldn't get that Linux would be the best thing. So in the same way, this is kind of the thing. If you think education is expensive, try estimating the cost of the ignorance that you are going to have. So you can ping down me on LinkedIn. I don't have any extra profiles, means other profiles, social profiles been activated. I have deactivated all the extra profiles due to some reasons, but I have been over there on LinkedIn. So if you have any questions, you can ping me down. Let me get back to the stream yard.
Right. So thank you so much, Rudra, for bringing that part up. Absolutely amazing that you came out with an idea, and I rightly said that you always pursue for excellence. And whenever what I can get it from, like talking about open source, you broadly write statements that Linux is everywhere. Open source was the key initiative, and Linux is pursuing absolutely the right concept of it. And to be honest, by hearing your ideas, your thoughts onto like how one should lead their journey to, uh, I can always say that the only difference between ordinary and the extraordinary is that little extra. You rightly said, spend something, try to understand the cost of ignorance, and ultimately you will understand that what you are living with. So thank you so much, Rudra. Before you leave and say us goodbye, why don't you tell our viewers or a piece of advice, just piece of advice that one should always remember before they quit? So yeah,
Okay.
over to you.
So the only piece of advice I would say, that never like hear someone from us. Like you don't ask someone else like what should I study. Always think about yourself. And the very second thing I will say, never make a 5 year or 10 year plan. Make a 1 year plan, stick to it. If that fails, then you have the second year plan, because if you make a 10 year plan, you are just gone from here. So this I would say.
Right. So thank you so much, Rudra, for all those wonderful words. So to be honest, means you have always been an like a motivating or guiding factor to me, because definitely whenever you come out with a new idea, we have been cherishing all our relations over the years, but your ideas always spark something. So definitely, I hope our all viewers would also cherish the idea that you have shared with us. People, go out and check the interview guide. I personally love sharing these experience because there is no extra cost to it. But all your question, what I should do, what I should not do, how would be that interview experience, everything is covered up there with the people who have just got hired. So all kudos, all great work to you, Rudra. Thank you so much for here being with us on team behalf of the team. Cheers with Gaurav and the Hustlers. Thank you so much for accepting the request and being here with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Now, towards the end, let's bring on back the team Hustlers with us. So, Rishabh, Ananya, back on the screen, guys. How are you feeling? So, before I ask you how you guys are feeling, guys, definitely you are there in the chat, and many of us would be listening to us and sharing their journey on the LinkedIn, Twitter, XYZ places. I am enjoying the conversation, but thank you so much for showering so much of love to us. What I want to say, a special thanks to all the viewers for sure, but specifically these two names, Shlok and Rishita. I guess
Rishita,
these
right.
two guys,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
these two people have made stand out our event. And definitely, I always believe even if one person can change your life or change your way of thinking, I guess there is no sitting back. We will be geared up back again tomorrow. And with that, I want to share up my screen once again before Ananya and Rishabh completely take it over from me. So, guys, tomorrow we are again gonna meet up at sharp 10 a.m. in the morning. We have some exciting lineup of speakers for you. Starting off tomorrow, it's again gonna be me who is gonna talk about the importance of being right mentor. Then, absolutely, we are gonna follow up with the Mohit Yadav session, who is the co-founder of Cross Cyber Securities, where we are going to talk about cybersecurity. So, if you are looking forward to build your career in cybersecurity, do watch out that. Then we have our very own Anuj Bhaiya talking about the Code for Cause and many of the communities that you are going to get a knowledge on. Then exciting, the quiz day one is concluded. Quiz two is lined up for you all. Then we are going to have some fireside chat with our industry professional Deepak Mishra and Bart Farrell talking about the entrepreneurship, rights, and importance of guiding of training, certification, students, community, open source, and many other exciting things. Then Soumya in our today's talk also talked about personal branding, and we have Albert who is going to talk about the digital networking and the personal branding importance. Last but not the least, for you all who are looking for the guidance in terms of campus placement, we will be having Ekta from PhonePe who is going to help us in guiding on those factors as well. To be honest, last but not the least, we will be doing our closing ceremony at 2 o'clock tomorrow, but in that closing ceremony, you will be having some exciting announcement talking about Memathon results, talking about, I would say, the social media king and queen. Definitely, you have the flexibility to post as much as meme you can. Do share it us. Do share your experience that how you love the day one of Prayas. Please share your thoughts, views on our social media. Do tag me, Ananya, Rishabh, the entire Hustlers team, and whatnot. I am looking forward to meet you again tomorrow. Over to you, Ananya and Rishabh, to take it up further, guys. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be collaborated with you. Over to you, both of you.
We have reached to the end of first day of Prayas 2021. Thanks to Chirag Nair, Soumya Singh, Sumantro Mukherjee, Kartike Sahani, Anant Jakmola, Denver D'Souza, and Rudra Pratap for your amazing talk and giving us your precious time. Thanks to our lovely audience for joining and staying with us. I think it helped you a lot. There are Mimithon and social media King Queen contests also going on, which also enables you win some cool swags. So do participate, and we will be back again tomorrow at the same time with same energy and more enthusiastic and experienced speakers. Join us tomorrow live. Until then, keep learning, keep hustling. Cheers and stay tuned.
Right. So at last, I wanted to thanks Gaurav sir for the constant support, and we are live. It's like 5 hours, and we all three are sitting and constantly hosting the show. And thank you, Gaurav sir, for taking part, and all the speakers. Thank you from the Hustlers teams as well. And I wanted to thanks Deepak Singh and Upendra Pratap Singh, Pragya Singh, and Anushka Agrawal, who is at the back end of the team, constantly replying to your chats, making these posters, aligning the things, social media content, and everything. So thank you guys for the constant support. We'll be back again tomorrow. And that's it. Like, if you like this video, it's not a video, I guess. It's a live stream. Maybe it will become a video. Right. So if you like the live stream of today's Prayas 2021, make sure to like this, share this with your friends. Tomorrow at the same time, 10 a.m. sharp, we will be live again, once again, with some amazing speakers lined up, some amazing swags as well. So that being said, till that, uh, keep learning, keep hustling. We'll meet you soon. Bye.
Okay, so thank you so much, Rishabh and Ananya, for those words. But what I want to say you before we all leave the session, that with the learning that every successful person in the world is a hustler, one way or the another. We all hustle to get where we need to be. Only a fool will sit around and wait for another man to feed him or her. So keep hustling, keep learning. Until then, keep spreading the right words amongst you all. We'll, the team Hustlers and the Cheers with Gaurav, see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much. Till then, bye bye. Have your food. Keep your loved